Chapter 807. Oh my God! Has the pill been formed? Everyone look, he seems to be refining a 6th grade Vajra pill, right? That's right, that's definitely a Tier 6 Vajra pill. To be able to refine a Tier 6 pill at such a godly speed. This kid will be incredible in the future. This Vajra Dan has the effect of strengthening the tibia. If an external cultivator were to eat it, their physical fitness would become even stronger. In the end, they would be like Vajra. It was Qin Feng's first time refining a grade 6 golden pill, and the process was rather smooth. His quick refining of the golden pill had ignited the first climax of the competition. A dazzling golden pill slowly rose from the cauldron. It was the size of a chicken's egg. The pill was round and emitted a medicinal fragrance. Its surface flickered with golden light, and it looked like a golden ball floating in the air. Little Demon didn't expect Qin Feng to form the pill so quickly. She was shocked again. Silly girl, what are you waiting for? The medicinal fragrance and spiritual energy are almost gone. Qin Feng rolled his eyes at Ren Xiaoyao. Ren Xiaoyao immediately regained her senses. Ah, the pill was formed. Oh, put it away. Quickly put this big golden egg away. Ren Xiaoyao foolishly held the jade bottle and carefully stored the diamond pill. Then she nervously looked at Qin Feng. Xiao Feng, can we win with this diamond pill? What are you afraid of? Don't you still have my friend? Just watch him. Qin Feng said indifferently. Ren Xiaoyao glanced at Hua Tuo, who was sitting motionlessly at the side. She felt that Hua Tuo was not making pills at all. He was simply here to sleep. Since the beginning of the competition, Hua Tuo had only lit a fire and sat there doing nothing. Until now, he hadn't even thrown the herbs into the furnace. Are we really relying on him? Why does this old man look so unreliable? Ren Xiaoyao pouted and complained. You silly girl, what do you know? You always thought Uncle Gu was reliable, so where is he now? Qin Feng knocked Ren Xiaoyao on the head, causing her to stomp her feet in pain. Hua Yan stared at Hua Tuo for a long time before she regained her senses. She grabbed Qin Feng's arm and asked, Darling, is that your friend? Yeah. What's wrong? Qin Feng hugged Hua Yan and stroked her hair lovingly. I want to take him as my master and let him teach me alchemy. Can you help me talk to him? Hua Yan pressed her chest against Qin Feng's arm and purposely rubbed against it. Her sweet voice made Qin Feng's bones go soft. Sure enough, amateurs enjoy the show, while experts appreciate the artistry. Hua Yan had already seen through Hua Tuo's strength. She was indeed a smart girl. All right, I'll help you ask after the competition. After learning about Hua Yan's background, Qin Feng knew that alchemy flowed in her blood. He had decided to nurture Hua Yan into the most outstanding female alchemist in China. The discussions around them had yet to stop. Although that boy refined a Tier 6 Vajra pill, this kind of medicinal pill is considered the simplest among Tier 6 medicinal pills. Placing it in this alchemy conference, it clearly has no way of taking down an alchemy king. The heiress of Saint Medic is still too young. She must have been brainwashed by that boy to dismiss Uncle Gu. She has no one to blame but herself for digging her own grave. You can't be so sure. Isn't there an old man in Saint Medic who is yet to refine a pill? Maybe that old man is very powerful. Hee, are you kidding me? That old man is already asleep. Almost all of them expressed their disdain for Saint Medic. Ren Xiaoyao stomped her feet in anger, but Qin Feng ignored these ignorant people. Rumble. A muffled explosion sounded. Another person had successfully refined a pill. This time, it was Uncle Gu who had betrayed the Yang merchant group. A green pill rose from the cauldron and caused a commotion in the crowd. Uncle Gu has refined a pill. That pill looks very powerful. This is a Tier 6 sense elucidation pill. It can strengthen one's 6 senses. It said that an ordinary person will have the sensitivity required by an alchemist after consuming it. Not only ordinary people, but an alchemist can also strengthen their six senses after consuming it. Who knows? It might even improve their alchemy skills. The appearance of the sense elucidation pill caused a commotion. Many pairs of green eyes stared fixedly at the sense elucidation pill on Uncle Goo's table, as if they wanted to snatch it and swallow it. Rumble. Not long after Uncle Goo's pill was refined, the cauldron in front of Uncle Yao also exploded. It was a green round pill the size of an egg. The pill had a bright luster, as if there was spiritual chi flowing on it. It was obviously an extraordinary pill. This is a Tier 6 rank advancement pill. The rank advancement pill is as rare as the sense elucidation pill. If a Stage 6 inner chi martial artist eats a rank advancement pill, he will definitely advance one level. The Pill King competition was full of excitement. The Tier 6 golden pills were shining brightly, dazzling everyone's eyes. The competition seemed to have reached its final stage. More and more pills were produced, and the sound of explosions was heard one after another. Even those small pharmacies produced at least Tier 4 spiritual pills, and many of them were Tier 5 spiritual pills. Rumble. Uncle Hua from the herbal sect had also completed his pill. His speed was slightly slower than the Yang Enterprise and Qin Feng's, but the pill he produced was more difficult to refine. It was a red demonic elixir pill. This type of pill was meant for demonic cultivators. For example, Ouyang Feng and Feng Qingyu, who had cultivated the little sunflower manual in reverse, could enter a state of madness. If they consumed the demonic elixir pill, they would retain their sanity even in a state of madness. Other than that, when cultivating some extreme demonic cultivation techniques, consuming the demonic elixir pill could reduce the chance of cultivation deviation. The Yang Enterprise and the herbal sect, who had the most potential to win the Pill King competition, had completed their pills. Judging from the current situation, Uncle Hua's demonic elixir pill was more powerful than Uncle Gu's rank advancement pill and Uncle Yao's rank advancement pill. It seemed like the Pill King competition and the #1 pharmacy would belong to the herbal sect. Rumble. Just when everyone thought the outcome was set, a loud noise came from Baoji Hall. The white-haired old man from Baoji Hall, who had been forgotten by everyone, had completed his pill. This old man was a fire elemental alchemist, so how bad could his pill be? Everyone looked at Baoji Hall expectantly. Even Rin Xiao Yao stared nervously at the old man. Above the old man's cauldron was a round pill the size of a goose egg. The pill had a bright luster, and its color was strange. It was evenly divided in the middle, half black and the other half white. What kind of pill is this? I've never seen it before. What a dense spiritual energy. Why does it feel like this pill has surpassed the range of a 6th grade golden pill? I remember now. This is a 7th grade golden yin-yang pill. Some knowledgeable people in the crowd recognized the old man's pill. It was a 7th grade golden yin-yang pill. Even the herbal sect, the Yang Enterprise, and St. Medic's Chiao Feng had only refined 6th grade golden pills. Who would have thought that the neglected Baoji Hall had refined a 7th grade golden yin-yang pill? What's the effect of this golden yin-yang pill? I heard that eating the golden yin-yang pill can help a fiendish cultivator advance to a dual attribute fiendish cultivator. Some people really knew about the golden yin-yang pill. It was indeed a 7th grade golden yin-yang pill, but it was the most useless type of golden yin-yang pill. The golden yin-yang pill did not have any actual main function. It was considered a supplementary pill. It was a pill that could protect a fiendish cultivator's body during the process of developing a second attribute. To put it simply, Hua Yan was originally an ice attribute fiendish cultivator. Later on, she ate the fire spiritual pill and became a dual attribute fiendish cultivator. The golden yin-yang pill could be eaten together with the fire spiritual pill to protect Hua Yan's dual-attribute fiendish cultivator process. However, no matter how useless the golden yin-yang pill was, it was still a 7th-grade golden yin-yang pill. Compared to a 6th-grade golden yin-yang pill, it was obviously more difficult to refine. It seemed that the inconspicuous Bao Ji Hall had won the title of King of Elixirs and the #1 pharmacy in this year's alchemy conference. This was really a competition full of ups and downs. There was no time limit for this King of Elixirs competition, so everyone had enough time to refine their best pills. More than an hour had passed, and all the participating teams had successfully refined their pills. Of course, Hua Tuo, who had been forgotten by everyone and was on the verge of being forgotten by Qin Feng, was still sitting cross-legged on the ground. The 2 pill furnaces in front of him were completely motionless. Did he really fall asleep? Since everyone has successfully refined their pills, let's begin the selection of the King of Elixirs and the #1 pharmacy. Xiao Jian had obviously forgotten about Hua Tuo and began the selection. The selection for this competition was much simpler because the smaller pharmacies had only refined 4th-grade and 5th-grade golden yin-yang pills. They were too embarrassed to take out their pills, which was a sign that they had voluntarily withdrawn from the competition. The Sacred Medicinal Hall's Qiao Feng's diamond pill, the Herbal Sect's Uncle Hua's demonic dissolving pill, the Yang Merchants Association's rank advancement pill and mind insight pill, and the Baoji Hall's yin-yang golden pill, which had appeared out of nowhere. There was a total of 5 pills, and 4 of them were 6th-grade golden pills. Only the elder from Baoji Hall had refined a 7th-grade golden pill. There was no need for the selection for this competition. Based on the current situation, the yin-yang golden elixir refined by Baoji Hall has won the title of Elixir King of this year's Elixir Conference. At the same time, it has won the title of Strongest Elixir Workshop. Although Xiao Jian did not know much about elixirs, he could clearly see the huge gap between the grades. No one doubted Xiao Jian's words. However, the fact that the Yang Enterprise and the Herbal Sect had lost was out of everyone's expectations. Everyone, it is my honor that Baoji Hall has won the title of King of Elixirs and the #1 pharmacy. I hereby announce that from now on, Baoji Hall will submit to the Herbal Sect. From now on, there will be no Baoji Hall, only the Herbal Sect. Before everyone could recover from the unexpected outcome of the match, Bao Zhitang struck another lightning bolt right above their heads. After a brief moment of shock, many people came to their senses. No matter how stupid they were, they now understood that the Herbal Sect had played a good trick. They had obviously subdued Bao Zhi Hall long ago, but this time they had sent 2 teams, Bao Zhi Hall and the Herbal Sect, to compete. Not only did this increase their chances of winning the championship, but it also had the effect of creating a diversion. When everyone's attention was on the Herbal Sect, thinking that they had the highest chance of winning the championship, the truly powerful Baoji Hall had jumped up and caught everyone off guard. At this moment, some people began to suspect the identity of the chief pharmacist of Baoji Hall. This person was most likely the truly powerful pharmacist of the Herbal Sect. The white-haired elder of Baoji Hall was called Elder Bai. He was a member of the Herbal Sects by family. He was Bai Yao's second uncle and one of the top alchemists in the Herbal Sect. The Herbal Sect had indeed played a small trick. They had placed the real expert alchemist in Baoji Hall, and Uncle Hua, who represented the Herbal Sect in the competition, was actually Elder Bai's disciple. Xiao, Jian, and Zhang were momentarily stunned. How was this a fucking pill conference? This was more like a fight for the family's inheritance. Xiao Jian regained his senses with great difficulty. He had no choice but to announce the results of the competition again, since Baoji Hall has submitted to the Herbal Sect and has removed its original name. The King of Elixirs and #1 pharmacy of this pill conference belong to the Herbal Sect. Chapter 808. The suspense of this competition was reignited. From the Poison Sect's sudden withdrawal, to Gubo's betrayal and joining the Yang Enterprise, to Baoji Hall's victory as a dark horse, and now, to the herbal sect's victory as the king of elixirs and the #1 pharmacy. When they found out that the medicine sect had secretly played such a trick, the Young Enterprise and Ren Xiaoyao, who had just missed out on the championship, were furious. The members of the medicine sect were simply too shameless. They had won with an unfair advantage. That's not right. There's still an old man in our Saint Medic who hasn't completed his pills. Suddenly, Ren Xiaoyao thought of Hua Tuo. She had almost forgotten about this old man. Rumble, rumble. 2 loud bangs rang out one after another, giving Ren Xiaoyao a fright. Everyone finally recalled the old man who had just arrived at the Saint Herbalist Hall, and they quickly turned to look at him. At this time, the 2 pill furnaces in front of Hua Tuo were not completed. The explosions were not caused by the formation of pills. Where the fuck did the lightning come from? Rumble, rumble. Hua Tuo, who seemed to be asleep, finally moved. He waved his hands, one with ice and the other with fire. He controlled the 2 pill furnaces to rotate in midair. Occasionally, a bolt of lightning would strike down above Hua Tuo's head, alternating between the 2 pill furnaces and changing the airflow in the pill furnaces. The other participants were dumbfounded. Rin Xiaoyao and Hua Yan were dumbfounded. Even Qin Feng had dementia. Qin Feng had always thought that Hua Tuo was a dual elemental cultivator like him. Now he realized that this old man, who always kept a low profile, was actually a triple elemental cultivator. His 3rd elemental was lightning. Crackle! There was no sky in the room, but the ring-shaped lightning kept striking down from the void. As if the lightning had eyes, it struck the 2 pill furnaces one after another with unerring accuracy. The pill furnaces rotated faster and faster. The demonic chi flames seemed to have awakened and engulfed the entire pill furnace. It looked like a huge fireball rotating in midair. The other pill furnace was also completely covered in ice, turning into a huge spinning ice ball. Xiao Jian had just announced the results, but he realized that he might have announced it too early. There was still one more participant from Saint Medic who had not completed his pills. What the hell is this? Ice, fire, and lightning? Impossible. This is definitely my illusion. I've lived for so long, but this is the first time I've seen a cultivator with 3 attributes. This must be fake. There was another round of discussion, but even more people had their mouths agape. They were so shocked that they couldn't speak. The faces of the people from the herbal sect turned cold, especially Elder Bai, who had refined the grade 7 golden yin-yang pill. He was considered the best pill refiner in the group, but after witnessing Hua Tuo's pill refinement process, Elder Bai began to lose confidence. Rumble. Another 2 explosions rang out at almost the same time. This time, it wasn't the sound of lightning striking down. It was the formation of a pill. In the eyes of the crowd, there was a pill floating above each of the 2 pill furnaces in front of Hua Tuo. The 2 pills were about the size of goose eggs. Their medicinal fragrance permeated the air, and their luster was beautiful. The pill that was refined by the ice was a milky white, ascending spirit pill. This was the upgraded version of the grade 5 spirit gathering pill. The spiritual energy it gathered was more abundant, and it was the best pill for breaking through to a higher realm. The pill that was refined by the demonic chi flame was a fiery red, berserk demon pill. This pill was also very powerful. If a demonic cultivator consumed the berserk demon pill, it would be equivalent to entering a state of madness. Moreover, they would regain their sanity, and there would be no side effects after consuming it. The 2 pills had been refined, and the crowd was still in a state of shock. Ren Xiaoyao's jaw dropped to the ground, and her eyes were wide open. No one else could produce 2 cauldrons of grade 6 golden pills in one go. You're daydreaming again. Hurry up and put the pills away. Qin Feng knocked on Rin Xiaoyao's head. Rin Xiaoyao immediately regained her senses. She did not even care about the pain in her head as she eagerly ran to store the 2 pills that Hua Tuo had given her. Master, I'm done. Hua Tuo had already walked to Qin Feng's side. Both of them communicated telepathically, and there was no need for them to speak. Can you win the grade 7 golden yin yang pill? Qin Feng was most concerned about this question. No problem. Hua Tuo stood with his hands behind his back, and he exuded a strong and confident aura. Qin Feng's heart was completely at ease. Since the divine Dr. Hua Tuo said that there was no problem, then it must be true. Judge Zhang Yi, our St. Medic's chief pharmacist, has yet to complete his pill, and your committee has already judged the king of elixirs and the strongest pharmacy. This is against the rules of the alchemy conference, right? Seeing that everyone was still in a daze, Qin Feng broke the silence. Zhang Yi wiped the saliva off his mouth. He was drooling over the supreme grade golden pills. Oh, that's right. Brother Qiao Feng is right. We have neglected the chief pharmacist of St. Medic. Since he has completed his pill, let's reevaluate. Naturally, Zhang Ye was on Qin Feng's side. Xiao Jian felt a little embarrassed. According to the rules of the Alchemy King competition, they had to wait for all the participating teams to form their pills before judging. He had neglected Hua Tuo earlier. Ahem, it's our fault. Saint Medic, please hand over your pills, and we will reevaluate. Since Xiao Jian and Zhang Yi had spoken, everyone agreed with the reevaluation. Rin Xiao Yao carried the 2 jade boxes to the judges and placed them on the table. Then, she started the reevaluation. Although it was called a reevaluation, it was actually a comparison between Hua Tuo's pill and Elder Bai's yin yang golden pill. This was because the other teams had already compared their pills, and Elder Bai's yin yang golden pill was obviously inferior to Elder Bai's yin yang golden pill. When the jade boxes were opened, the crowd fell into a flurry of discussion. I really didn't expect St. Medic to find a 6th grade golden pill master in half a day. Moreover, that old man's alchemy skills are obviously better than Qiao Feng's. Sigh, it's still useless. The herbal sect has refined a 7th grade golden pill. Although that old man can refine 2 cauldrons of pills at the same time, they're both 6th grade golden pills. There's no way they can compete with each other. St. Medic will still lose. The results of the selection were not out yet, but judging from everyone's reaction, St. Medic was not optimistic about their chances. After all, the herbal sect had produced a 7th grade golden pill master. Initially, Ren Xiaoyao still had some hope. However, when she heard everyone's discussion, she became disappointed. She was so anxious that tears started to well up in her eyes. If they lost this competition, Ren Xiaoyao wouldn't dare to go back and face her relatives. Wait, I want someone else to evaluate the quality of the pills. Qin Feng interrupted by Yao and Uncle Gu on behalf of the judging committee. We are the judging committee's representatives. How can we let someone else do it? How can it be fair? The herbal sect had already won the title of King of Elixirs and the #1 medicinal workshop. Now, they were disrupted by St. Medic. Bai Yao's expression was cold as he glared at Qin Feng. Uncle Gu had betrayed St. Medic and joined the Yang enterprise. In the end, he still lost. Uncle Gu was even angrier than Bai Yao. He shouted coldly, St. Medic only refined 6th grade golden pills. There's no need for another evaluation. The herbal sect will still be the champion of this alchemy conference. Since Uncle Gu had lost, he wanted to drag St. Medic down with him. No matter what, he would not let Qiao Feng and Rin Xiaoyao win. St. Medic had treated Uncle Gu well and treated him like a treasure. Now, not only did this old man betray them, but he also purposely targeted St. Medic. Ren Xiaoyao was furious. Qin Feng ignored Uncle Gu and Bai Yao. His gaze fell on Zhang Ye. I think that Apothecary Qiao Feng's words are quite reasonable. Uncle Gu betrayed the sacred panacea, so he must have some sort of hatred towards the sacred panacea. Bai Yao is also a member of the medicine sect. It's obvious that both of them have selfish motives. I don't think it's appropriate to let them be the judges. Zhang Ye immediately expressed his stance. He was on Qin Feng's side from the beginning to the end. Xiao Jian had nothing to do with anyone. He adhered to the principle of fairness and justice. After listening to Zhang Ye's words, Xiao Jian agreed. Yes, Brother Zhang Ye is right. It's better to let someone who has nothing to do with the herbal sect to be the judges. Xiao Jian expressed his agreement with Qin Feng's suggestion. Bai Yao and Uncle Gu were speechless. In front of the Dragon Sect and the Martial Art Alliance, they had no right to speak. Big Brother Xiao, your suggestion is indeed reasonable. However, the elixirs for this election are 6th grade golden pills and 7th grade golden pills. Other than the herbal sect, who has the ability to appraise them, I'm afraid that the alchemists from the other small pharmacies will not be able to appraise the quality of such high-grade elixirs. Bai Yao still refused to give in. He wanted to fight for it. Qin Feng said, You don't have to worry about this. I've thought of a team to identify the pills. Let the poison sect be the judges. The poison sect had withdrawn from the King of Pills competition at the beginning of the competition. Now that Qin Feng mentioned the poison sect, everyone could not help but nod their heads. Letting the poison sect be the judges was indeed the best choice. All right, let the poison sect identify the pills from both sides. The poison sect had withdrawn from the King of Pills competition. Moreover, they had been silent throughout the competition and had no interest in anyone. Therefore, Xiao Jian felt that the poison sect was the best choice. Since Xiao Jian had made his decision, Bai Yao and Uncle Gu did not say anything else. They stood aside, holding back their anger. The multiform Poison King had already walked up to the judges' table, and his gaze fell upon the 3 exquisite jade boxes on the table. The jade boxes contained the 2 6th grade golden pills refined by Hua Tu'a and the 7th grade Yin Yang golden pill refined by Elder Bai of the herbal sect. Everyone gathered around and watched the multiform Poison King appraise the pills. The multiform Poison King placed the golden Yin Yang pill on his palm. He observed the pill from every angle as if he was admiring a peerless treasure. After examining the pills, the multiform Poison King placed the pill by his mouth. He inhaled the fragrance of the pill and sensed the spiritual energy contained in the pill. This was the process of an expert. It was a pleasure to watch. After more than 10 minutes, the multiform Poison King reluctantly put the golden Yin Yang pill back into the jade box and slowly raised his head. Yin Yang golden elixir. Grade 7 golden elixir. It has a bright luster and a rich medicinal fragrance. The elixir is full of spiritual qi. The elixir is round and perfect in size. There are 7 shallow elixir lines around the elixir. This is a lower grade 7 golden elixir. The multiform Poison King began to evaluate the golden Yin Yang pill refined by Elder Bai. He was telling the truth. He did not deliberately exaggerate the pill or belittle the golden Yin Yang pill. Although this was a 7th grade golden pill, it was one of the easiest to refine among the 7th grade golden pills. Moreover, the 7 pill veins were too shallow to be seen clearly, so it could only be regarded as a low-grade, 7th grade golden pill. From this, it could be seen that although Elder Bai was a Tier 7 pill refiner, his strength had not been stabilized. He had just entered the ranks of Tier 7 pill refiners. After the multiform Poison King finished his evaluation, Xiao Jian looked at Elder Bai and asked, Does the herbal sect have any objections to the poison sect's evaluation? Elder Bai chuckled. Haha. Well said, no objections. Chapter 809. After identifying the herbal sect's pills, the multiform Poison King picked up Hua Tuo's 2 pills and began to identify them. The 2 pills were placed in the center of the multiform Poison King's palms. As soon as the Poison King stared at them, his eyes were filled with shock. How is this possible? This is absolutely impossible. The multiform Poison King looked as if he had seen a ghost and began to talk to himself. His body, which was hidden under the black robe, was trembling violently. His skinny palms were also trembling nonstop, almost shaking the 2 pills out of his palms. This abrupt change of the 100 forms Poison King startled everyone. Everyone was not sure if he was suddenly having an epileptic fit. Amazing! This is too amazing. The multiform Poison King seemed to have entered his isolated mode. He did not pay attention to everyone's discussion. His pair of old eyes stared straight at the 2 pills, switching back and forth between the 2 pills. His expression was as if he had discovered a new continent. Is this person sick? What is he mumbling about? They are obviously 2 6th-grade golden pills. Why is the multiform Poison King more excited than when he saw the 7th-grade golden yin-yang pill? Everyone was puzzled by the multiform Poison King's actions, and the atmosphere became strange. The multiform Poison King muttered to himself for a while, and the expression on his face changed hundreds of times. Finally, he regained his calm, but there was still a trace of shock in the depths of his eyes that could not be dispersed. "I'm done." The multiform Poison King let out a long breath. "Then why don't you evaluate the 2 pills from the St. Medic Hall?" Xiao Jian looked at the multiform Poison King with a strange expression. Even he was greatly interested. The multiform Poison King pointed to the Ascending Spirit Pill and said, "This is a 6th-grade Ascending Spirit Pill, an upgraded version of the 5th-grade Spirit Gathering Pill. I have seen a few completed Ascending Spirit Pills before, but none of them were as high quality as the one from the St. Medic Hall." After talking about the Ascending Spirit Pill, the 100 Transformation Poison King once again commented on the Violent Devil Pill. This Violent Devil Pill is just as perfect as the Ascending Spirit Pill. Both of these pills are the most difficult to refine among the 6th-grade golden pills. The Sacred Medicine Hall's alchemist was able to refine these 2 pills at the same time. His strength is extraordinary. Speaking up to this point, the 100 Transformation Poison King suddenly paused, his eyes shining brightly. The most amazing thing about this alchemist is not that he refined 2 different 6th-grade golden pills at once, but that he refined a 6th-grade medicinal pill into a 7th-grade pill. Everyone can take a closer look at the runes on these 2 6th-grade golden cores. Both of them have 7 runes, and the runes are clear and exquisite. The quality of these golden cores is much higher than the yin-yang golden core from the herbal faction. The 100 Transformation Poison King had finished his evaluation, and the room suddenly fell into silence. He refined a 6th-grade golden core into a 7th-grade one. This was the first time many of the people present had heard of such a thing. What kind of amazing alchemy level was needed to achieve this? Impossible, I don't believe it. Elder Bai from the herbal faction had already regained his senses. He rushed to the judge's table and stared at the 2 medicinal pills that Hua Tuo had refined. His eyes fell on the runes on the surface of the pill. The 7 exquisite and clear runes were perfectly displayed, and the rich medicinal fragrance was many times stronger than the yin-yang golden core. The spiritual qi in the pill also felt like it was exploding. It had indeed reached the quality of a 7th-grade golden core, and it was even a superior grade 7th-grade golden core. Elder Bai was dumbfounded. Even though he had seen it with his own eyes, he still could not accept the fact that someone could refine a 6th-grade golden core into a 7th-grade one. This was the existence of an alchemy god. "Second uncle, what's wrong with you? That bastard from the poison sect must be lying, right? Can you say something?" Bai Yao had already noticed that something was wrong with the situation, so he went up to ask Elder Bai. However, Elder Bai himself did not know what was going on, so he was not in the mood to answer Bai Yao's question. The atmosphere became more and more strange. Many people from the medicine workshops had squeezed into the crowd to check the runes on the Violent Demon Pill and the Ascension Pill. They were shocked when they saw the 7 runes on the surface. Even Qin Feng was shocked by Hua Tuo's power. However, He quickly regained his senses and looked at Zhang Ye. Zhang Ye immediately interrupted the meeting. He cleared his throat and said, "Ahem, ahem. The poison sex multiform poison king has appraised the pills from both sides. Now, let's invite the multiform poison king to announce the final result." There's no need to comment. Both the violent demon pill and the ascension pill have been refined into 7th grade golden cores. Their quality is much better than the yin-yang golden core of the herbal faction. The St. Medic Hall deserves to be the champion of this round. The result of the competition had been reversed once again. No one knew what to say. Bai Yao and Elder Bai stood dumbly at the judges' table when they heard that the St. Medic Hall had snatched away the title of King of Pills and the #1 medicinal workshop. They did not even have the courage to refute. The 2 pills refined by Hua Tuo were simply too fucking heaven-defying. Does the herbal faction have any objections to this result? Xiao Jian asked the herbal faction. Bai Yao and Elder Bai wanted to say that they had objections, but it would only be a slap to their own faces. Almost everyone present was an alchemist, and they could tell that the St. Medic Hall's pills were superior. It would be pointless for the herbal faction to refuse to admit defeat. All right, since the herbal faction has no objections, I hereby announce that the King of Pills and the #1 medicinal workshop belong to the St. Medic Hall. The people from the herbal faction and the Yang Enterprise glared at Xiao Jian angrily. However, this time, no one dared to question Xiao Jian's decision. In the face of absolute power, petty tricks and petty conspiracies were nothing. The disciples of the St. Medic Hall were still in a daze. After losing Uncle Gu, they never thought that the St. Medic Hall could still win. Ren Xiao Yao screamed as if she was having a cramp. She jumped toward Qin Feng and said, "Ah, we won. We really won. This is great. Qiao Feng, that friend of yours is really awesome. I knew he was a great guy the moment I saw him." Ren Xiao Yao was so excited that she forgot herself and jumped into Qin Feng's arms. She didn't care that Qin Feng had taken advantage of her. Qin Feng was speechless. This girl really changed her attitude quickly. Previously, she looked down on Hua Tuo, but now she was praising him to the heavens. "Hey, I say, woman, can't you have some self-respect? You're hugging my man in front of so many people. Don't you have the guts to be so flirtatious?" Hua Yan suddenly became unhappy and pulled Ren Xiao Yao's arm. Ren Xiao Yao stood on her tiptoes and kissed Qin Feng on the lips. Then she stuck her tongue out at Hua Yan and said, "Why wouldn't I dare? I kissed Qiao Feng. What can you do to me? You're asking for a beating." Hua Yan was so angry that her breast surged. She slapped Ren Xiao Yao with her palm. Ren Xiao Yao didn't back down. She raised her slender hand and slapped Hua Yan's face. "It's not certain who will be the one getting beaten up." Rumble. A loud sound reverberated in the air. However, it wasn't the sound of Ren Xiao Yao and Hua Yan's palms colliding. Qin Feng had already blocked their attack and stood between them. At the entrance of the hall, Li Xiao Jie glanced at the crowd with a playful smile. Then he kicked the door open. The loud sound was the sound of the door hitting the wall. The elixir conference had ended, and the verdant sex operation had officially begun. "Hey, what's the meaning of this? Are you trying to ruin your own place? Why are there so many men in black? Are you trying to tear off the nameplate?" Li Xiaojia had already led dozens of verdant sex disciples into the hall. Ghost Face Mountain Man was standing in a corner of the room, observing the movements in the room. Everyone sensed a trace of danger. Their faces were solemn as they looked at the verdant sex disciples vigilantly. "Haha, did you guys have a good time in the past 3 days? This lousy elixir conference is finally over. I heard that you guys have refined a lot of pills. Take them out and place them on the table, and I'll spare your lives." Li Xiaojie laughed. His laughter was harsh and unpleasant to the ears. All the participating teams were dumbfounded. They could not figure out what was going on. Where the hell did these people come from? Are they trying to rob us of our pills? Are they stupid? Or did they forget to take their pills in the morning? The Dragon Sect and the Martial Art Alliance worked together to maintain order and safety in this year's Elixir Conference. How dare these people come and cause trouble? Who are you? How dare you come and rob us of our pills? Are you here to die? There were 33 participating teams in the hall, and there were more than 300 people in total. How could they be afraid of Li Xiaojie and his group? Li Xiaojie was not angry. The playful smile on his face became even more intense. You can try to challenge my authority, but there is only one ending for you, and that is death. Truly an arrogant brat who doesn't know the immensity of heaven and earth. Let my Black Dragon Gang deal with you. Li Xiaojie was too arrogant. Someone could not stand it anymore and threw a punch at Li Xiaojie. Bang! Before the man's fist could reach Li Xiaojie, a wind-breaking sound was heard. The man was a stage for inner Qi martial artist. How dare you come and die with such a weak ability? What a joke! Li Xiaojie's eyes were full of playfulness. He suddenly slapped the palm behind his back, and a violent aura surged out. The man's fist was just about to touch the tip of Li Xiaojie's nose when he was suddenly sent flying. Bang! The man crashed into the hard wall, and a layer of the wall fell off. The atmosphere fell into a brief silence. Another person shouted angrily and pounced forward. Your grandfather from the Brilliant Star Sect is here. Kid, watch my legs. This time, the person who attacked was an old man. Although he was old, his body was as light as a swallow. His whole body was suspended in the air, and his slender legs left after images in the air. Bang! Another loud sound was heard. Many people did not see what was going on. The old man from the Brilliant Star Sect had already landed on the ground and was lying next to the man from the Black Dragon Gang. Everyone clearly saw the old man's strength. He was a Stage 6 inner Qi expert. How could such an expert be so weak in front of Li Xiaojie? This scene shocked most of the people in the hall. The room fell into silence again. This time, no one came out to provoke Li Xiaojie. Even Zhang Yi and Xiao Jian did not make a sound. Zhang Yi had a plan in mind, and it was not convenient for him to make a move now. Xiao Jian was only a Stage 7 inner Qi expert, and he felt that he was no match for Li Xiaojie. Seeing that everyone had quietened down and no one dared to be arrogant anymore, Li Xiaojie revealed a proud expression. He enjoyed the feeling of suppressing everyone. Is no one coming out to die? I thought you were all very capable, but it turns out that you are just a bunch of trash. Li Xiaojie said all kinds of humiliating words. Everyone's faces turned ashen. They were so angry that they gritted their teeth, but no one dared to make a move. Qin Feng secretly gave Elder Yang a look. Elder Yang immediately understood. His figure flashed, and he struck a palm towards Li Xiaojie. Grandson, I represent the herbal sect to deal with you. Elder Yang had already broken through to Stage 7 Demon Cultivator. His speed was astonishing. Before his voice could completely spread, he was already standing in front of Li Xiaojie. Rumble! Li Xiaojie's expression changed drastically. He could no longer remain calm. He felt a strong sense of danger from Elder Yang's palm. He did not even have the chance to react. Instinctively, he met the attack with his palm. A loud sound spread. Li Xiaojie was forced to retreat. If it wasn't for the Verdant Sect disciples behind him, Li Xiaojie would have fallen flat on his, but Elder Yang's sneak attack was successful. After his palm strike, he immediately leaped back into the crowd as if nothing had happened. Chapter 810. Li Xiaojie was slapped in the face as soon as he started showing off. He was so angry that his mouth became crooked. Because Elder Yang was too fast and he was wearing a black robe and a straw hat, Li Xiaojie didn't even see his face clearly. He only remembered one sentence. Grandson, I'm here to take you in on behalf of the herbal sect. Motherfucker, Where are the people from the herbal sect? Come out and face your death. Li Xiaojie was thoroughly enraged. His roar was as frightening as the roar of a wild beast. Everyone had witnessed Li Xiaojie's strength and were now fearful of him. The troops who were originally standing beside the herbal sect hurriedly took 3 large steps back, instantly separating the herbal sect from the Baoji Hall's 20 people. You bunch of trash, die. After finding his target, Li Xiaojie didn't waste any time and struck the herbal sect with his palm. A strong airflow exploded in the crowd. Although there were many people from the herbal sect, they were all experts in alchemy. Not many of them knew how to fight. In addition, Li Xiaojie's attack was too fast, and the herbal sect was tricked by the poison sect. The people from the herbal sect still didn't know what was going on. Boom! Li Xiaojie's palm strike killed 7 or 8 herbal sect martial artists who were staged for inner qi and below. The herbal sect was also a big sect in the martial arts world. They weren't pushovers. Seeing this scene, Bai Yao was so angry that his head started to emit smoke. You murderous maniac! How dare you attack the herbal sect? Everyone, let's take his head together. Bai Yao roared and took the lead to face Li Xiaojie. Bai Yao was very strong. He had a stage 8 inner qi aura with a palm strike. Boom! Bai Yao and Li Xiaojie's palms collided. Both of them were evenly matched. Both of them took 3 steps back. Bai Yao and the rest of the herbal sect's disciples had also regained their senses. While Li Xiaojie was retreating, a dozen people surrounded him. Bang, bang, bang. The air was filled with the sound of wind breaking. These people were all around stage 5 inner qi, and Elder Bai was even more powerful than Bai Yao. Li Xiaojie was surrounded by powerful inner qi from all directions. Li Xiaojie's expression changed drastically. He realized that he had been too pretentious and there was no way out now. Dark corpse burning palm. A low roar suddenly rang out from the corner. A cloud of black mist suddenly shot towards them and surrounded Li Xiaojie and the medicine sect's disciples around him. The black fog rolled endlessly, emitting the smell of rotting corpses. Many people were so disgusted that they began to vomit. Ah, save me, save me. What the hell is this? It's so uncomfortable. Heart-wrenching screams could be heard from within the black fog. Some of the medicine sect disciples who had been struck by the corpse energy immediately bled out of their 7 orifices and died. The more powerful cultivators were able to temporarily stop the corpse energy from invading their bodies, but they had also lost their ability to fight as a result. One of them was sent flying by Li Xiaojie's palm strike. Not good. This is the move of the evil cultivator sections. Everyone get away from this black gas. Elder Bai had already noticed the situation and was the first to jump out of the black fog. The rest of the herbal sect disciples wanted to escape as well, but they did not have the time. Bang, 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 bang. The black fog rang out incessantly. One by one, the medicine sect's disciples were sent flying out of the black fog and scattered in the corners of the room. Orthodox, martial cultivators, and demonic cultivators would be threatened by the black fog. However, Li Xiaojie was in the middle of the black fog. Not only was he fine, he seemed to be nourished by the spiritual energy and became even more powerful. Unknowingly, Ghost-Face Mountain Man was already standing in front of Li Xiaojie. He raised his hand and the black fog suddenly disappeared. In less than 10 minutes, the herbal sect's disciples had suffered heavy casualties. Only Bai Yao and Elder Bai were left looking at Li Xiaojie and Ghost-Face Mountain Man anxiously. You are from the Verdant sect. Xiao Jian had already guessed Li Xiaojie's identity. He stared at the two with furrowed brows. Ha! You are right. We are the disciples of the Verdant sect. Today, the Verdant sect is conducting an operation. If you don't want to die, be obedient and hand over all the elixirs you have. If you do, I will spare your lives. Ghost-Face Mountain Man, who had been silent all this while, finally spoke. He was not afraid of exposing his identity as a disciple of the verdant sect at all. The crowd exclaimed when they learned that the people who robbed the elixirs were the disciples of the verdant sect. Everyone in the Chinese martial arts world knew about the evil and power of the verdant sect. Xiao Jian had lost his confidence. However, as a member of the Martial Art Alliance, he had to pretend to be calm. The verdant sect is really bold. Brother Zhang Yi and I will be representing the Martial Art Alliance and the Dragon Sect in this elixir conference. How dare you come and rob the elixirs? Are you planning to go against the Martial Art Alliance and the Dragon Sect? Xiao Jian tried to use his backer to suppress the verdant sect. However, Ghost-Face Mountain Man was not afraid at all. He even laughed unscrupulously. Hee. The Martial Art Alliance and the Dragon Sect? What are those things? Are you trying to use them to suppress me? Are you trying to make me laugh? We, the verdant sect, have been established for hundreds of years. When have we ever been afraid of anyone? Whoever dares to speak nonsense will end up like the herbal sect. Ghost-Face Mountain Man's laughter was so terrifying that it gave everyone goosebumps. This person did not even care about the Martial Art Alliance and the Dragon Sect. The last bit of hope in the hearts of the crowd was completely extinguished. The atmosphere in the hall had reached a freezing point. The temperature in the hall was so high that it was almost frozen. Uncle Yao, is the elixir conference over? Did our Yang's Chamber of Commerce win the championship? Just as the atmosphere was about to explode, Yang Wei suddenly rushed in with a dozen strong men. Ever since Yang Wei was crippled by Li Xiaojie 3 days ago, he had been sent back to the capital city to recuperate. However, for the past 3 days, Yang Wei had been so angry that he could not eat or sleep well. He was the dignified young master of the Yang family in the capital city. How could he be trampled on in a remote place like Hepping Town? Yang Wei had brought along 13 experts from his family to seek revenge. The hall was silent. Everyone's eyes fell on Yang Wei. Yang Wei was leaning on a walking stick. His right leg was still in a cast. This man was really impatient. He did not forget to bring people to seek revenge, even though he was injured to this extent. Where did this group of men in black come from? Why are you all so quiet? Uncle Yao, I'm asking you a question. Did we win the elixir conference? By the way, did that brat Xiao phone from the St. Medic Hall and the owner of this amusement park run away? I've found someone to take revenge. I'm going to kill them today. Bang! Before Yang Wei could finish his sentence, and before Uncle Yao could warn Yang Wei, his whole body was sent flying. His right leg, which was covered in plaster, hit the wall and the plaster cracked. The broken bone that had just been reconnected was directly shattered into pieces. Idiot! I'm standing right here. What are you trying to do? Li Xiaojie sent Yang Wei flying with a palm and cursed a few more times. The 13 guards from the Yang family finally came to their senses. They immediately surrounded Li Xiaojie. How dare you touch young Master Yang? You're courting death. Let's attack together. Break the right legs of these men in black. Boom! The 13 Yang family guards were all stage 5 inner chi experts. When the 13 of them unleashed their chi at the same time, their most powerful attacks were unleashed. In the blink of an eye, the 13 attacks were about to land on Li Xiaojie. The Ghost-Face Mountain Man sneered and casually waved his hand. A cloud of black mist instantly surrounded everyone. Screams of pain could be heard. The black mist was like a poisonous gas. It corroded the bodies of the Yang family guards in a frenzy. These relatively strong martial artists lost their ability to fight in the black mist. They could only let Li Xiaojie punch and kick them. The sound of impact did not stop. The Yang family guards and the herbal faction disciples were sent flying one after another. Yang Wei fell to the ground in excruciating pain. He watched helplessly as the 13 masters he had called over were crushed like chickens. He still couldn't figure out the situation. My patience is limited. I'll say it one last time. Hurry up and take out all the pills you have. Otherwise, you'll die. The ghost-faced mountain man had lost his patience. His voice was as cold as ice. Some of the teams from the smaller pharmacies were scared. They took out their pills and placed them on the table. Their lives were obviously more important. Big Brother Xiao, what should we do? Some people were unwilling to give in. After all, they had refined many pills in this medicinal pill conference. Moreover, they had brought the medicinal ingredients with them. How could they give them away so easily? Everyone looked at Xiao Jian. The martial art alliance behind Xiao Jian was the most powerful. Some people looked at Zhang Yi because the dragon sect's influence was not to be underestimated. I don't know. Xiao Jian was out of ideas. It was his bad luck to run into these verdant sect lunatics who were not afraid of death. Before Xiao Jian could finish, Qin Feng shouted, "Brothers, it's time to fight back. We have the advantage in numbers. Don't be afraid of those monsters. Just kill them like animals." As soon as Qin Feng finished speaking, Zhang Ye chimed in, "Brother Qiao Feng is right. Let's attack together. The dragon sex people are already here." Rumble. As if to support Zhang Ye's words, a loud noise came from outside the door. Everyone looked toward the door and saw a group of men and women dressed in the dragon sect's special uniforms rushing in. "The dragon sect of China is here. Surrender now, you evil cultivators." The leaders of the group were two beauties, Yan Wushuang and Lu Bingbing. Everyone forgot about the threat of the verdant sect when they saw the two beauties. They couldn't help but look at the two beauties. These two girls are of the highest quality. I'll take care of you first. Li Xiao Jie's eyes glowed with green light as he pounced toward Lu Bingbing and Yan Wushuang. It was obvious that he did not take the dragon sect seriously. Lu Bingbing had just broken through to stage for inner qi when she joined the dragon sect. She had only broken through to stage 5 inner qi 2 days ago after consuming the qi fortifying pill. Yan Wushuang instantly felt threatened. She pushed Lu Bingbing aside, pulled out her belt, and flung it at Li Xiao Jie. Slap! Slap! Li Xiao Jie's belt turned into a series of whips and lashed at Li Xiao Jie. Li Xiao Jie's expression changed slightly. He retracted his hand that was about to grab Yan Wushuang and retreated a few steps to avoid the overlapping force. The fight between the two parties was swift and violent. It was over in a breath's time. The rest of the dragon sect members had regained their senses. When they saw the instructor of the Xian group had started fighting, they immediately pounced on the verdant sect disciples. "Let's attack together." When Qin Feng saw Li Xiao Jie was about to attack Yan Wushuang and Lu Bingbing, he took the lead and dashed toward them. Countless howls of wind echoed in the air as white lights flashed and shot toward the verdant sect disciples. Zhang Ye was the second one to follow. All the members of the poison sect had joined the fray. Xiao Jian was stunned for a moment. Then he too launched an attack while panting with rage. The rest of the pharmacies had been holding back their anger. It was time for them to explode. The battle was on the verge of breaking out. The scene was spectacular and fiery. More than 300 participants and 15 experts from the dragon sect besieged more than 20 disciples of the verdant sect. Li Xiao Jie and Ghost-Face Mountain Man were stunned. They did not expect the situation to turn out this way. According to their plan, they only needed to pick a few strong teams to suppress them, and the rest of the participants would have to obey them. However, the situation was completely out of their expectation. A bunch of ants. So what if you have more people? I'll kill all of you with my corpse chi. Ghost-Face Mountain Man was surrounded by the most people. Even he was annoyed. Ghost-Face Mountain Man let out a strange cry. Billowing black gas burst out from his body. The black gas had a rotten smell. A few participants from different sects fell to the ground as soon as they came into contact with the black gas. Some rolled their eyes and foamed at the mouth, while some died with blood flowing out of their 7 orifices. Retreat! Retreat from the range of the black gas. Ghost-face Mountain Man's corpse chi was too heavy. His attack could crush everyone. Even though there were more than 300 people on Qin Feng's side, none of them could get close to Ghost-face Mountain Man. Chapter 8:11. Motherfucker. The verdant sect is full of monsters. Are they even human? Their bodies are filled with the stench of corpses. Run for your lives. Don't fight them head-on. Do you want to die? The first wave of attacks was over before it even started. Many people from small pharmacies and sects were scared out of their wits. They took advantage of the chaos and ran for their lives. The hall was plunged into chaos. Some are fighting, some are running away, some are pretending to be dead, and some are stealing medicinal pills. Little Yao, put away our medicinal pills. Qin Feng quickly reminded Ren Xiao when he noticed that someone was stealing medicinal pills from the tables. Ren Xiao regained her senses and quickly put away the 3 most precious medicinal pills on the table. Next to them was the rank 7 Yin Yang golden pill, refined by the herbal sect. Ren Xiao stared at the half-black and half-white medicinal pill with a hesitant expression on her face. You silly girl, what are you waiting for? Hurry up and steal them. Then go to the other tables and put away whatever you can find. Qin Feng shouted at Ren Xiao as he fought with the verdant sect members. At the end of the day, Ren Xiao was the heiress of the St. Medic Hall. She had never stolen anything before. While she was feeling anxious, Ren Xiao felt much more at ease after hearing Qin Feng's words. Humph! Who asked the herbal sect to play tricks on me? I'll take one of your medicinal pills as compensation. Ren Xiao put the Yin Yang golden pill on her body and grinned from ear to ear. Ren Xiao seemed to be addicted to stealing. She began to search for medicinal pills from the pill furnaces of the participating teams one by one. Ren Xiao's body was so full that she almost couldn't keep them all. Bai Yao, pay with your life. Hua Yan was hiding in the crowd, looking for an opportunity to strike. Suddenly, she leaped up and landed on Bai Yao's head. A blood-red whip appeared in her hand, and she lashed out with a flame attack. Bitch! How dare you sneak attack me? You're courting death. Bai Yao was a stage 8 inner chi martial artist, and Hua Yan was much weaker than him. Even if it was a sneak attack, Bai Yao was able to react quickly. Bai Yao's expression was ferocious as he turned around and slammed his palm into the air. In his palm, an incomparably powerful aura was rapidly condensing. Even before the aura was released, Bai Yao's eyes were filled with shock. He felt a sudden chill on his wrist and subconsciously looked at his right hand. The palm, which had been perfectly fine a moment ago, had suddenly disappeared without anyone noticing. The severed wrist had not even begun to bleed yet. This bizarre scene left Bai Yao feeling unwell. Yan, come quickly. Unbeknownst to him, Qin Fen was already standing behind Bai Yao. The wind blade just now had been unleashed by Qin Fen. Qin Fen had already placed his hands on Bai Yao's shoulders, and a tremendous force suddenly pressed down on him. Bai Yao felt as if he was the monkey son that was trapped under the 5 elements mountain, unable to move at all. The one with the surname Bai. Remember, I'm from the alchemy faction's Hua family. Without any hesitation, Hua Yan swung the blood shadow whip in her hand. A gust of fiery wind rushed towards Bai Yao's forehead. Bai Yao's facial expression changed rapidly, which was extremely interesting. He had not regained his senses until the moment of his death. The other party was actually a member of the Hua family. Was the Hua family about to begin their revenge? Rumble. The flame exploded on top of Bai Yao's head, but Qin Fen had already dodged to the side. When he looked at Bai Yao again, there was only a pile of charred corpse lying in a pool of blood. Nephew? No. How dare you kill my nephew? Die. Master, Bai suddenly roared the sky after Bai Yao died. He was being besieged by a group of verdant sect's disciples. At this moment, a strong inner chi burst out of his body and rushed towards Hua Yan like a madman. The verdant sect's disciples wanted to stop Master Bai, but Master Bai had already lost his mind. His strength skyrocketed, and with a few slaps, he sent 6 verdant sect's disciples flying. "Bitch, give me your life." In the blink of an eye, Master Bai had already swung his palm at Hua Yan. His stage 8 inner chi surged and surged. Hua Yan's body was falling from the sky, and she didn't even have time to swing her whip a second time. Rumble! A loud explosion sounded. Master Bai's white tang suit was torn into pieces. In front of Hua Yan, Qin Fun's broad and tall body stood in front of her like an unyielding mountain. When the 2 palms collided, Qin Fun's body tilted backward, and Master Bai was sent flying into the wall opposite of him. "Xiao Feng, are you all right?" Hua Yan hurriedly supported Qin Fun's body with a nervous expression. Qin Fun glanced at Hua Yan, and without saying a word, he rose to his feet and swung his palm at the void. Rumble! An intense fireball pierced through the air at lightning speed. In the next second, it enveloped Master Bai's body. Master Bai, who was stuck in the wall, didn't even have the chance to dodge. After a few screams, he was burned to ashes in the blink of an eye. Hua Yan was dumbfounded. Qin Fun's speed of growth was beyond her imagination. She still remembered the time when Qin Fun lived in Chang Xian's house with his original identity. At that time, Qin Fun was only a stage 6 inner chi warrior. In just 2 short months, Qin Fun had killed 2 stage 8 inner chi warriors with ease. Yan, I promised you that I would help you kill all the participating teams from the herbal sect. Seeing Master Bai was killed, Qin Fun felt extremely satisfied. Hua Yan was so touched that her big eyes were filled with tears. She hugged Qin Fun tightly and said, "Thank you, my dear." Lu Bingbing and Yan Wushuang were infuriated by the scene of Qin Fun and Hua Yan's lovemaking. "Xiao Feng, do you want to die? Come and help me," Lu Bingbing said angrily. Qin Fun released Hua Yan hastily and said, Yan, wait for me outside. It's too dangerous in here." Before Hua Yan could refuse, Qin Fun pushed Hua Yan out of the door with a strong force. Then, Qin Fun leaped to Lu Bingbing and Yan Wushuang's side. This was the most intense moment of the battle. The verdant sect had annihilated more than 10 of the 33 participating teams, and another 10 had fled. Only 4 or 5 teams were left. They were too caught up in the melee, or else they would have already fled for their lives. The verdant sect had also suffered heavy casualties. The first batch of over 20 disciples were lying in pools of blood. Later, another 30 disciples arrived, but only 7 or 8 of them were left. The number of people on both sides was almost the same. However, the verdant sect disciples were all evil cultivators. Their attacks and skills were extremely insidious. Therefore, the verdant sect still had the upper hand. Uft! Zhang Yi was sent flying by Li Xiaojie's kick. He spat out a mouthful of blood in midair. When he landed on the ground, he had lost the ability to continue fighting. As soon as Zhang Yi fell to the ground, the ghost-faced mountain man struck Xiao Jian with his palm. Xiao Jian was no match for the ghost-faced mountain man. His body was stuck in the frame of the window, and he passed out immediately. Many of the dragon sect's experts had also fallen to the ground. The room was filled with the stench of corpses released by the ghost-faced mountain man. Rin Xiao Yao had joined the battle after stealing the pills. However, she, Lu Bingbing, and Yan Wushuang were all injured. The 3 of them were feeling lightheaded after staying in the corpse-filled room for a long time. Team leader Yan, take Bingbing and Xiao Yao out. Leave the battle to us men. Qin Fun leaped to Yan Wushuang's side and pushed them out of the room. Yan Wushuang was a very rational person. She had seen Qin Fun's true strength. He was a stage 9 inner chi expert. Yan Wushuang knew she would only be a burden if she stayed. She dragged Lu Bingbing and Ren Xiao Yao out of the room. Only Qin Fun and the 8 injured dragon sect members were left in the room. The poison sect members were lying on the ground. Only the multiform Poison King and Elder Yang could continue fighting. Multiform Poison King, you and I will fight the Ghost Face Mountain Man. Elder Yang, you and the Dragon Sect members will be our cover. Let's clean up the Verdant Sect bastards. Qin Fen roared and flew toward the Ghost Face Mountain Man. This was Qin Fen's second time fighting the Ghost Face Mountain Man. The last time was at Hepping Town. At that time, the Yinyang elders Qin Fen and junior Uncle Yuan Zhen of the Shaolin Temple failed to defeat the Ghost Face Mountain Man. Now that the Ghost Face Mountain Man had achieved another breakthrough, Qin Fen felt uncertain. Dark corpse burning palm. Suddenly, a gust of dark wind blew in the air. The dark mist was so dense that it looked like it was about to burn. The dark mist surrounded Qin Fen. Qin Fen had been poisoned by the corpse qi when he and Hua Yan fought Taoist Rakshasa on the Ghost Mountain. Although Qin Fen's body could absorb and convert the corpse qi, it took time for him to do so. The corpse qi of the Ghost Face Mountain Man was much denser than that of Taoist Rakshasa. Even though Qin Fen stood in the mist, he could feel his speed slowing down and his blood solidifying. Qin Fen! For women's screams came from the door. Although Yen Wushuang and the other 3 beauties had left the battlefield, they stood outside the door and watched the battle anxiously. When they saw Qin Fen was surrounded by the dark mist, they could no longer see him clearly. Rumble! Just as the 4 ladies were about to rush into the room to rescue Qin Fen, a series of loud noises came from the dark mist. A dazzling and holy white light pierced through the dark mist like the last ray of light in the darkness. 2 white lights, 3 white lights, 8 white lights. It was as if a sun had risen from the sky and illuminated the dark mist. Qin Fen was surrounded by a holy and righteous aura. He slowly descended from the sky like the Son of Heaven descending to punish the evil in this world. The 4 beauties were dumbfounded. At this moment, Qin Fen's holy radiance was even more dazzling than Prince Charming in fairy tales. Although he still had Xiao Feng's ordinary face, he had already captured the hearts of the 4 beauties. Yah! What the hell is this? The aura of righteous surged and engulfed the entire room in an instant. The corpse qi was quickly disappearing. The Ghost Face Mountain Man covered his eyes as if he was afraid of the aura of righteous. This is the aura of evil that can destroy the world. Die, you monster! As soon as Qin Fen landed on the ground, he leaped into the air again. A strange energy wave rippled around him. A pure and holy aura of righteous appeared around Qin Fen. A snow-white long sword appeared in his hand. The angel's sword fell from the sky. It did not carry a powerful aura, but it struck fear into the Ghost Face Mountain Man's heart. No, don't rumble. The Ghost Face Mountain Man felt his body being restrained. He could not escape even if he wanted to. The angel's sword fell swiftly. When it touched the Ghost Face Mountain Man's body, clouds of dark mist emerged like the smoke from an explosion. The Ghost Face Mountain Man's face began to contort. His body that was touched by the angel's sword turned into dark mist and disappeared. The dark mist was thick, but it could not contaminate the angel's sword. Under the illumination of the white light, the dark mist quickly dissipated as if it was never there. Bang, 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 bang. Sounds of collisions rang out in the surroundings. Since Qin Fen had activated the halo of justice and the angel's sword, the strength of the Verdant Sect's evil cultivators was suppressed. Elder Yang led the Dragon Sect members and launched a series of attacks, knocking the remaining Verdant Sect's disciples to the ground. The Dragon Sect members were exhilarated by the brutal massacre. Chapter 812. Qin Fen did not expect the halo of justice to be so powerful when used with the Sword of Angel. Before the multiform Poison King could make a move, Qin Fen had killed the Ghost Face Hillman all by himself. There was no need to doubt Ghost Face Mountain Man's strength. Seeing such a huge monster suddenly die, everyone was so shocked that they even forgot to continue fighting. With the death of the ghost face hillman, the verdant sect's plan to steal the pills had failed. Li Xiao Jie looked at his master, who had turned into corpse qi, and not even a speck of dust was left. He was so scared that his face turned pale. How could he still want to fight? He casually sent out 2 clouds of black mist to cover his back, and his figure flashed, directly escaping from the window. Where do you think you're going? Stop! Yan Wushuang and Lu Bingbing chased after Li Xiaojie. Hua, Yan, and Rin Xiao Yao rushed into the room and came to Qin Feng's side. What's wrong, Qiao Feng? Qin Feng had just killed the ghost face hillman when he fell to the ground. His face was as pale as a sheet of paper. From time to time, wisps of black corpse qi would emerge from his body. Rin Xiao Yao held Qin Feng in her arms and looked at Qin Feng with a worried expression. Hey, why are you holding my man? Go away. I'll take care of Qiao Feng. Hua Yan was immediately displeased. She snatched Qin Feng from Rin Xiao Yao's embrace and quickly found an antidote pill on her body. She threw it into Qin Feng's mouth. How dare you push me? I'm going to kill you. Hua Yan pushed Rin Xiao Yao so hard that she fell to the ground. Ren Xiao Yao's temper rose. She leaped to her feet, drew the waning moon sword from her waist, and stabbed at Hua Yan. Slap! Hua Yan was not afraid. She swung her jade-like hand, and the blood shadow whip fell from the sky. A fiery red shadow shot towards the sword qi that was coming at her. Bang! Bang! The 2 qi collided, and the air was filled with the sound of explosions. Seeing the 2 women fighting for Qin Feng, the members of the dragon sect did not dare to speak. They pretended to see nothing and continued to clean up the corpses. The multiform Poison King and Elder Yang did not want to get involved in this family dispute. They carried the injured disciples of the Poison sect together and began to treat their wounds. Ren Xiao Yao and Hua Yan were equally matched, and the battle was in full swing. Qin Feng was about to die from anger when he saw this, but he didn't have any strength left in his body. Qin Feng had been poisoned by the ghost face hillman's corpse qi, and when he unleashed his inner qi to fight the ghost face hillman, the corpse qi began to circulate rapidly in Qin Feng's body. Now, it had started to corrode Qin Feng's organs. Stop! Qin Feng suppressed the boiling corpses in his body and roared. Hua Yan and Rin Xiao Yao immediately stopped and ran to Qin Feng's side. Qiao Feng, how are you? Darling, did you get infected by the corpse qi again? I just gave you an antidote pill. Quickly circulate your qi to force the corpse qi out. The 2 women looked at Qin Feng worriedly. When Qin Feng saw their anxious expressions, he didn't want to get angry at them anymore. Hurry up and get Bingbing and the others back. They're no match for Li Xiaojie. Qin Feng's heart was filled with worry for Lu Bingbing and Yan Wushuang. When he saw the 2 ladies chasing after Li Xiaojie, he planned to follow them. However, his body was corroded by the corpse qi, and he had no strength to move at all. On such an important matter, Ren Xiao Yao and Hua Yan no longer threw a tantrum. The 2 girls glared at each other and hurriedly ran out. I've fulfilled my promise. Now, can you give me the antidote? The multiform Poison King came to Qin Feng's side as soon as the 2 ladies left. Protect me first. I'll give you the antidote after I recuperate. Don't think of sneaking up on me. I don't have the antidote with me. After Qin Feng finished speaking, he sat cross-legged and began to absorb the corpse qi in his body without waiting for the multiform Poison King's reaction. The multiform Poison King rolled his eyes. He was almost angered to death by Qin Feng. He was the leader of the Poison sect. Since when did he become someone's protector? Although he was extremely dissatisfied, the multiform Poison King could only endure it in order to get the antidote for the King of Poisons. Qin Feng guessed that the multiform Poison King wouldn't dare to act recklessly, so he focused on recuperating. During the Ghost Mountain mission, Qin Feng was infected by the corpse qi. Then he was infected by Hua Yan's frigid demon qi. Qin Feng thought that his body was in trouble. However, he found out that he could absorb the demon qi and corpses and purify them into spiritual qi to cultivate. Qin Feng realized that his body was not normal. He wanted the system to solve the mystery of his body, but he needed 10 million hedonist points to solve it. Qin Feng immediately gave up. The corpse qi in Qin Feng's body attacked wildly, but it was slowly suppressed by Qin Feng's inner qi. The corpse qi mixed with his inner qi and began to be purified. In the end, it became abundant spiritual qi. After a great circulation, the corpse qi in Qin Feng's body disappeared. He had just broken through stage 8 inner qi, but he felt that his dantian was expanding. It seemed that he was about to break through again. A series of hurried footsteps came from outside. Qin Feng opened his eyes and saw 4 beautiful women crouching beside him with worried expressions. "I heard that you were infected by the corpse qi. Are you all right?" Lu Bingbing's thin brows knitted together. Fortunately, there were too many people around. Otherwise, she would have pulled Qin Feng up and examined him carefully. Yan Wushuang was also full of worry, but she hid it in her heart. "I'm fine. I've already forced the corpse qi out of my body." Qin Feng stood up. He didn't tell the others that he used the corpse qi to cultivate. He was afraid that he would scare the beautiful women away. Team Leader Qiao, Instructor Yan. The members of the dragon sect walked up to Qin Feng when they saw that he was fine. "Qiao Feng, Li Xiao Jie escaped." Yan Wushuang looked at Qin Feng with guilt. Qin Feng patted Yan Wushuang's shoulder and said softly, "I'm relieved that you and Bingbing are fine. Li Xiao Jie will catch him sooner or later. Don't blame yourself too much." All the members of the dragon sect were from the Huang group, so they already knew about the relationship between Qiao Feng and Yan Wushuang. Therefore, they turned their heads and pretended that they didn't see the affection between the two. Yan Wushuang's heart was filled with warmth. Her beautiful eyes finally revealed a trace of affection. She stole a glance at Qin Feng, and the shy expression on her face disappeared immediately. Qin Feng hastily put on a serious face because he saw that Lu Bingbing's face was so cold that it was almost frozen. Qin Feng pretended to be calm. He cleared his throat and yelled, "These bastards from the Verdant sect are simply lawless. How dare they come to the Elixir Conference to rob the elixirs? Capture those who are still alive and interrogate them with torture. Try to get the location of the Verdant sect's base." As the deputy team leader of the Huang group, Qin Feng ordered the members of the Huang group to get to work immediately. Lu Bingbing glared at Qin Feng and joined the team. Yan Wushuang went to the side to make a call. She was probably calling for a car to pick them up. Ren Xiaoyao was taking care of the injured disciples of the St. Medic Hall, while Hua Yan stayed by Qin Feng's side. Qin Feng went to the window and pulled Xiao Jian down from the frame. He fed him a healing pill, and Xiao Jian woke up after a while. "Apothecary Qiao Feng? Am I still alive? Don't tell me both of us are dead?" Qin Feng was speechless when he saw Xiao Jian's anxious face as soon as he woke up. "Even if you want to die, don't think about me." "Brother Xiao, we are all fine. The Dragon Sect has already defeated the Verdant Sect. Do you want to call the Martial Art Alliance and ask them to send some people here to deal with the aftermath?" Xiao Jian's body trembled with excitement when he found out that he was still alive. Okay. I'll call the headquarters in the provincial capital now. I'm going to kill those bastards from the Verdant Sect." Everyone was in full swing, and Qin Feng and Hua Yan had become idle people. The two of them stood outside the Fun City, enjoying the cool breeze. Hua Yan's eyes were a little hollow. She looked to the north, thinking about something. "Qin Feng, I have something to do. I have to go now," Hua Yan said suddenly. Qin Feng pulled Hua Yan into his arms. Now that the Herbal Sect's team had been eliminated, Qin Feng thought that Hua Yan would be happy. He didn't expect that she would be so preoccupied. Where are you going? I'll go with you. Qin Feng hugged Hua Yin tightly. He was a little worried about her. She wouldn't want him to kill his way to the herbal sect's base to take revenge, would she? Don't worry. I'm not stupid enough to go to the herbal sect to take revenge. I want to go home. Hua Yin and Qin Feng were becoming more and more in sync. They had reached a kind of telepathic connection. Qin Feng didn't need to say anything to know what he was worried about. Go home? Wasn't your Hua family framed? We haven't been completely annihilated yet. Grandfather managed to escape with some of our juniors. Hua Yan's face was full of sadness. Qin Feng didn't ask any more questions. He hugged Hua Yan and said, "Let's go. I'll go home with you to see everyone." Hua Yan looked at Qin Feng. Her beautiful eyes were full of warm emotions. The two of them were already walking towards the outskirts of Hepping Town. When they arrived at a vast plain, Qin Feng recalled that this was the place where he fought the ghost-faced mountain man. Further ahead was a quiet village. This area was very rich in spiritual energy. At that time, Qin Feng thought it was strange. "Is that village your home?" Qin Feng asked. "That's right." Hua Yan held Qin Feng's arm and lowered her head, saying, 10 years ago, Grandpa took us to escape from the pill sect and came to this quiet and peaceful place to build a new home. There were no villages or so many forests here. After we came here, we built everything one by one." As the two of them walked toward the village, Hua Yan told Qin Feng about her childhood. Qin Feng's heart ached when he heard her story. He swore to treat Hua Yan well in the future. He would never let her be bullied again. He would also protect the other women. Before they knew it, the two of them had arrived at the entrance of the village. The spiritual energy in this area had doubled. It was even more abundant than the spiritual energy in the outer area of Devil Beast Mountain. "Qin Feng, we're home. This is my new home, the Herb Village." Hua Yan lifted her head and looked at the wooden sign on the wooden stake at the entrance of the village. The words Herb Village were written on it. Hua Yan hadn't been back for a long time. Her eyes became misty when she saw the familiar scenery of the Herb Village. Is Sister Hua Yan back? It's really Sister Hua Yan. Hua Rui Hua Fei, come quickly. Sister Hua Yan is back. A few children were playing at the entrance of the village. They rushed toward Hua Yan as soon as they saw her. They were so happy that it was as if they were celebrating the New Year. One of them was a cute, chubby girl with a ponytail. Her name was Hua Hai. She was young, but her voice was so loud that it could be heard throughout the entire Herb Village. Soon, a series of footsteps came from the Herb Village. A dozen boys and girls ran out of the village. They were all very young. The oldest among them looked to be around 16 years old. "Sister Hua Yan, you're finally back. We missed you so much. Sister Hua Yan, please help Rui. Hua Fei is so annoying. He always steals the candies that Grandpa gave me." Sister Hua Yan, they were all innocent and cute faces. Their voices were so childish that they sounded like they were acting like a spoiled child. Qin Feng had fallen in love with this group of lively and adorable children the first time he saw them. Hua Yan held back her tears as she looked at everyone with a bright and warm smile. The little girls had already thrown themselves into Hua Yan's arms and hugged her tightly as if they were hugging their mother. Sister Hua Yan, who is this big brother?" "Wow, Sister Hua Yan is hugging big brother's arm. Are you two dating?" "Sister Hua Yan is dating. Did big sister Hua Yan kiss this big brother?" "Grandpa said that kissing will make you pregnant. Sister Hua Yan, you have to be careful." Chapter 8:13. More than a dozen children surrounded Qin Feng and Hua Yan, jumping and chirping like birds. Qin Feng had just come out from a bloody battlefield, so it was amazing to be surrounded by a group of innocent children. Hua Yan's pretty face suddenly blushed. These were her younger brothers and sisters. Everyone's questions made Hua Yan feel shy. She didn't know how to answer them. Ahem. Is Hua Yan back? I missed you so much, Grandpa. An old but kind voice came from afar. An old man in a gray robe and cloth shoes walked toward them with a walking stick. Hua Yan hurriedly pulled Qin Feng to greet the old man. Grandpa, Hua Yan hasn't been back for a long time. Hua Yan is unfilial. Hua Yan couldn't hold back her tears when she saw the old man's gray hair and weathered face. She threw herself into the old man's arms and cried, Hee, you're a big girl now, but you're still like a little girl. Don't cry. It's good that you're back. The old man's eyes were full of doting light as he caressed Hua Yan's head. Grandpa, big sister Hua Yan is in love. She brought our brother-in-law back. This is our brother-in-law. He's tall and strong, but his face is a little ordinary. I still can't remember his face. That's great. We have a brother-in-law now. He looks like a powerful man. He can avenge our Hua family. The child chirped again. The old man's gaze fell on Qin Feng. His loving gaze suddenly became fierce, and he looked Qin Feng up and down. Are you Hua Yan's boyfriend? The old man asked. Qin Feng didn't answer. He was stunned when he saw Hua Yan's grandfather, and he was still in a daze. Qin Fen knew Hua Yan's grandfather. He was one of the experimenters that Qin Fen had rescued in Fengyin Fun City. At that time, Li Tao had also been imprisoned. Qin Fen had rescued Li Tao and allowed him to escape with everyone else. He didn't expect that this old man and the children were the people that Qin Feng had rescued. Grandpa, please don't be angry. Qin Feng is my teacher. He's talented and nice to me. So we slowly got together. Before Qin Feng could speak, Hua Yan suddenly became nervous. As the oldest member of the Medicine Village's younger generation, Hua Yan had always kept her desire for revenge in her heart. It could be said that Hua Yan had shouldered the responsibility of avenging the Hua clan all by herself. After all, her younger siblings were too young. The oldest was only 16 years old, and her grandfather was even older. Thus, she could only rely on Hua Yan to avenge herself. Hua Yan was afraid that her grandfather would misunderstand her and think that she had forgotten about the Hua family's vengeance and had gone out to indulge in a life of luxury. Hua Yan suddenly felt guilty because she had indeed fallen in love with Qin Feng. She felt that she hadn't worked hard enough in her vengeance. The old man stared at Qin Feng for a long time before he let out a long sigh. Yan, you like this young man, don't you? Yes. Hua Yan nodded shyly. The elderly man suddenly retracted his sharp gaze. He looked at Qin Fen benevolently. Not bad, this child is not bad at all. All of you should live well in the future. Don't bother about the Hua family's important matter anymore. As soon as the elderly man finished speaking, Hua Yan immediately became nervous. She quickly knelt in front of her grandfather. Grandpa, please don't be angry. I'll definitely avenge the Hua family. The elderly man quickly bent down and helped Hua Yan up. He wiped the tears from Hua Yan's eyes dotingly. Silly child, I don't blame you. Listen to me and forget about that matter. Sigh. We've been living a tiring life for the past 10 years. Perhaps it'll be better if we let it go. The elderly man wanted to let it go, but how could he let it go? He was selfless and accepted by Yao's grandfather as his disciple. He did not mind that Bai Yao's grandfather was an outsider and patiently taught him everything he knew. However, he was betrayed by his disciple and caused the Hua family to suffer a great calamity. Now, only he and a group of grandchildren who had lost their parents were left. The elderly man could not let it go, but he hoped that Hua Yan would be happy. The elderly man only made this decision when he saw that Hua Yan had found her true love. Hua Yan cried so hard that she could not speak. The children surrounded Hua Yan and her grandfather. They did not know what had happened. They looked lost and scared. Elder Hua, do you still remember me? Qin Feng felt uncomfortable. He hugged Hua Yan in his arms and looked at the elderly man. The elderly man was slightly stunned. He looked at Qin Feng carefully and said with certainty, "I don't think we've met before. Do you know me?" Qin Feng had gone to the amusement park to save people with his original appearance. Now, he had changed back to his original appearance. Seeing Qin Feng change into a different person like a magic trick, Hua Yan's siblings were so excited that they danced with joy. Wow, brother-in-law is a transformer. Brother-in-law is so handsome now. No wonder big sister Hua Yan is infatuated with him. The children chattered non-stop. They did not understand what was going on. Elder Hua was dumbfounded. His eyeballs almost fell to the ground. You're the young hero who saved us? Elder Hua recognized Qin Feng at first glance because Qin Feng had saved his life and the children's lives. Grandpa, why you know each other? Hua Yan was puzzled. She looked at Qin Feng and her grandfather in surprise. Qin Feng smiled and said, "Do you still remember the time when you were captured by the people of Ghost Face Mountain and brought to the amusement park? I came to rescue you that time. Then I found an experimental base in Fun City. Your grandfather and your siblings were imprisoned there, so I rescued them all." Qin Feng told Hua Yan everything that happened that time. Hua Yan was dumbfounded. She did not expect that there would be a follow-up story. She looked at her grandfather immediately. "Grandpa, are you all right? Fun City is one of the bases of the Verdant sect. Did they do anything to you after they captured you?" Don't worry. Thanks to your boyfriend's timely arrival, the children and I are fine." The few of them chatted for a while and finally smoothed out the previous matters. Hua Yan was extremely touched when she learned that Qin Feng had saved her grandfather and siblings. She hugged Qin Feng tightly and wished that she could melt into his embrace. Elder Hua did not know Qiao Feng's true identity. He was worried that Hua Yan would be in a disadvantageous position if she were to be with Qiao Feng. Now that he knew Qin Feng's true identity, Elder Hua recognized Qin Feng as his grandson-in-law. He began to praise Qin Feng in all sorts of ways and was eager to give Hua Yan to Qin Feng. The children also liked Qin Feng very much. It did not take long for them to get familiar with Qin Feng. Qin Feng held a little one in each hand and 2 little ones on his shoulders. He was having a great time playing with them. "Qin Feng, I left in a hurry last time and didn't have the chance to thank you properly. I didn't expect you to be Yan's boyfriend. This must be fate. Come in and have a seat." Elder Hua invited Qin Feng into the village after playing outside for a while. Qin Feng was stunned as soon as he stepped into the herb village. It was a huge herb village. There were all kinds of spiritual plants and herbs on both sides of the road. Several children were picking ripe herbs and fruits, and some people were watering the plants. Qin Feng finally understood. No wonder the spirit qi in this area was so dense. It was because of the spirit grass and spirit plants. The alchemy sect was the #1 alchemy sect in the outer martial world 10 years ago. Even though the alchemy sect no longer existed and more than half of the Hua family members had left, Elder Hua's experience and knowledge were still there. He persisted in training his descendants to become qualified alchemists. Qin Feng also figured out many other questions. The reason why the Verdant sect built their research base in a remote place like Hepping Town was probably because they sensed the rich spiritual energy in this area. The reason why Hua Yan planted herbs in the garden of Chang Xan's villa was because she was influenced and nurtured by her grandfather since she was young. The Hua family was not an ordinary alchemy family. Not only did they know how to concoct pills, but they also knew how to plant spiritual plants and herbs. The Hua family was a cultured and influential family. "Qin Feng, the scenery in my house is not bad, right? I grew up in this herb garden. Almost half of the herbs here were planted by me." Hua Yan returned home and learned about the relationship between Qin Feng and her grandfather. She was in an indescribable mood. She hopped around Qin Feng like a little bird. Qin Feng embraced Hua Yen dotingly. He looked at Elder Hua and said, "Old master, I have my own city under construction. If you are willing, I would like to arrange for everyone to stay in Hero City for a long time. What do you think?" Hua Yen and Elder Hua were stunned. Hua Yen did not know that Qin Feng was building Hero City, and Elder Hua did not expect Qin Feng to make such a suggestion. Qin Feng, where will you build your Hero City? Why don't I know about it? Hua Yen asked Qin Feng. It's at the mountain resort in Acropolis City. I've renovated the mountain resort and bought a piece of land behind it. It's about 30,000 square kilometers and can accommodate a population of 100,000 people. It's surrounded by mountains on both sides, Song River on the back and Devil Beast Mountain on the other side. I've just started building it recently. Qin Feng explained the situation of Hero City in detail. He really hoped that the people of the herb village would move there, because he was very worried about their safety. Hua Yen was dumbfounded. She did not expect Qin Feng to start building his own city. 30,000 square kilometers? A population of 100,000 people? That's a small county town. Elder Hua was also stunned for a moment. When he regained his senses, he said, "Qin Feng, since you're Hua Yan's boyfriend and our savior, I won't treat you as an outsider. I'd like to move the herb village to your Hero City so that I can rest assured about the safety of the children." Elder Hua had been worried about the children's safety ever since he was captured by the verdant sect for experiments. Elder Hua was a stage 9 inner chi expert. However, 10 years ago, in order to escape from the Dan sect, he used all his inner chi to expel the poison from his body. Now he was an ordinary person. Elder Hua could not protect the children. Every day he hoped that the children would grow up quickly and have the ability to protect themselves. "Elder Hua, it's good that you agree. You can treat Hero City as your home. I have many friends there, and I'll ask them to serve you." Qin Feng was elated when he heard that Elder Hua agreed to go to Hero City. Hua Yen knew Qin Feng's intention. She hugged Qin Feng's arm tighter. She was very grateful to Qin Feng and did not know how to repay him. Hua Yen knew that she was going to move. She was going to leave the medicine village that she had lived in for 10 years, and she was a little reluctant. Qin Feng took the initiative to stay in the herb village and accompanied Hua Yen for one last night. Yan Wushuang and Lu Bingbing brought the verdant sect's disciples back to the Dragon sect. The Martial Art Alliance also sent reinforcements to the Dragon sect. The higher-ups of the Martial Art Alliance's Law Enforcement Hall were furious when they learned about the verdant sect's actions. They immediately issued an arrest warrant and ordered the Martial Art Alliance to hunt down the verdant sect's disciples. Ren Xiao Yao brought the disciples of Saint Medic back to the Dragon sect with great rewards. Ren Xiao Yao was overjoyed when he heard that Saint Medic was crowned as the Elixir King and the #1 medicinal clinic. Ren Xiao Yao even stole a lot of medicinal pills, including the medicinal pills that Qin Feng won from Yangwei. Ren Xiao Yao earned back half a year's worth of cultivation resources. The elders of the Ren family were overjoyed when they learned that Ren Xiao Yao had won the championship. When they learned that Uncle Gu had betrayed Saint Medic, they scolded Uncle Gu to death. The Dragon sect also recorded Yan Wushuang, Lu Bingbing, and Zhang Ye's contributions. Lu Bingbing was very happy that she had made a contribution as soon as she joined the Dragon sect. Qin Feng had recorded the most contributions. However, he did not have time to return to the Dragon sect. After staying in the herb village for a day, he brought the Hua family to Hero City. AA 2705221. Chapter 814. Ding. Congratulations, host Qin Feng, for completing the mission to help Saint Medic obtain the title of King of Elixirs. The system rewards host Qin Feng 50,000 hedonist points and the system's hidden interface, Myriad Treasure Pavilion. Myriad Treasure Pavilion Introduction. The Myriad Treasure Pavilion can be used to store equipment, medicinal pills, medicinal ingredients, and other materials. White-grade spiritual equipment can be upgraded to higher-grade spiritual equipment. Grade 1 miraculous pills can be upgraded to Grade 2 or higher-grade pills. And ordinary medicinal ingredients can be upgraded to high-grade medicinal ingredients and materials. Host Qin Feng has a total of 68,000 hedonist points. The system beep rang in Qin Feng's mind after he completed the mission. Qin Feng was very interested in the myriad treasure pavilion's functions. However, he was currently in Hero City, and he was surrounded by beautiful women and children. Qin Feng needed to find a quiet place to study it. Hero City was being built like a raging fire every day. Qin Feng and the people from the herb village arrived at Hero City. Now, there were more than 20 innocent and lively children in Hero City. The atmosphere was lively, and it felt like it was New Year's Eve. Longhair and Huang Jinghua came to greet Qin Feng and quickly left. They were afraid that Qin Feng's harem would start fighting when they saw Qin Feng had brought back another woman. Evidently, their worries were unnecessary because the cute children from the medicine village had come over. Zhao Lingxian and the other beauties all fell in love with these children and were currently playing with them. After all, Qin Feng's women were kind-hearted and loved children. They even wanted to give birth to a few monkeys for Qin Feng. However, everyone knew that Qin Feng had a heavy burden on his shoulders, and it wasn't time yet. Wow, the big sisters here are so beautiful. Are you all brother-in-law's women? Brother-in-law is amazing. It's over. Can big sister Hua Yan compete with so many fairy sisters for brother-in-law's husband? Brother-in-law, I like the prettiest girl in my class, but she doesn't seem to love me. Hurry up and teach me a few tricks to pick up girls. I'll make her mine tomorrow. Some of the children surrounded Lin Bei Bei and the other beauties and chattered away. A few little boys surrounded Qin Feng and asked him how to pick up girls. Some hugged Hua Yan and looked worriedly at big sister Hua Yan. The scene was simply too funny. Elder Hua fell in love with the construction and scenery of Hero City. Hero City was heavily guarded, and there were many Stage 6 inner Qi experts among the guards. Now, Elder Hua could rest assured about the children's safety. As for the fact that Qin Feng had many women, Elder Hua didn't even care about it. Elder Hua was originally the sect leader of the alchemy faction. As an outer martial arts sect, the alchemy faction still retained some of the customs and concepts that had been passed down from ancient times. It was very common for one to have 3 wives and 4 concubines in the ancient martial arts world of Huaxia. Back then, Elder Hua had 3 women, but all of them had been killed. Qin Feng, that's enough. Are you planning to turn Hero City into your own harem city? Then you can choose concubines from all over the country and get 100,000 beauties to serve you. Bai Qing and Zhao Lingxian pulled Qin Feng to the side and started to complain. Although the 2 women didn't show any strange emotions in front of Hua Yan and the children, they both deeply loved Qin Feng. It would be a lie to say that they didn't care if Qin Feng had more women. Lin Bei Bei also came over, but she obediently stood to the side and kept smiling foolishly at Qin Feng. This girl really didn't care how many women Qin Feng had around him. Ling Xian, Qing, don't be angry. Learn from Bei Bei. Look at how good Bei Bei's attitude is, and how sweet her smile is. Qin Feng smiled as he pulled Lin Bei Bei into his embrace. Lin Bei Bei's face became bright red. Bai Qing and Zhao Lingxian slapped their foreheads. They didn't know what to say to Bei Bei. The 3 women had discussed beforehand that they would reprimand Qin Feng together and teach him a lesson. Otherwise, if he continued to develop at this speed, it would be disastrous in the future. However, as soon as Lin Bei Bei came over, she didn't even get to say a word before she was captured by Qin Feng. Bei Bei, what are you doing? Come here. Bai Qing helplessly looked at Lin Bei Bei. Bei Bei, have you forgotten about our agreement? Zhao Lingxian added. Lin Bei Bei looked as if she had suddenly realized something. She hurriedly crawled out of Qin Feng's embrace and walked towards Zhao Lingxian and Bai Qing. Before she had even taken 2 steps, Qin Feng said, "Bei Bei, where are you going? Come back." Lin Bei Bei suddenly stopped and stood between Qin Feng, Bai Qing, and Zhao Lingxian. She looked at her 2 good sisters for a while, then turned to look at Qin Feng. She didn't know what to do. "Bei Bei, come over here. Don't listen to Qin Feng's nonsense. Qin Feng, you're not allowed to bully Bei Bei. You've made her have a phobia of choice." Bai Qing tempted Lin Bei Bei to come over, while Zhao Lingxian stopped Qin Feng from speaking. The 2 women cooperated very well. "I didn't bully Bei Bei. Bei Bei promised that she'd be obedient to me in the future. Don't you think so, Bei Bei?" Qin Feng wasn't worried at all. He chuckled as he looked at Lin Bei Bei's beautiful figure. Lin Bei Bei's expression was one of indecision. She was about to die from suffering. "Big sisters, Qin Feng hasn't come back in a long time. Let's let him have his way." In the end, Lin Bei Bei gritted her teeth and walked over to Qin Feng. She obediently burrowed into Qin Feng's embrace like a little cat. Bai Qing was most likely still working and rushed over after hearing that Qin Feng had returned. This was because she was wearing a black silk uniform. She was so angry that she crossed her arms in front of her chest, and her breasts were about to burst. Zhao Lingxian was dressed in a snow-white dress like a princess, and she wore a crystal crown on her head. Ever since she had done it with Qin Feng, her innate charm had been uncontrollable. Zhao Lingxian pouted and stomped her foot. Seeing her flirtatious appearance, Qin Feng couldn't take it anymore. "Haha, do you see how obedient Bei Bei is? I like women like her the most. You two still don't have high enough awareness. You still need to improve." Qin Feng looked at the 2 women complacently. The 2 women were so angry that they couldn't say anything. "Big brother Qin Feng, did you know that Xiao Jia was too bored, so you brought so many friends to play with me?" Lu Xiaojia and Lu Wenjing also walked over. Lu Xiaojia was the happiest to see her friends from the medicine village. "Qin Feng, I really like those kids. That Hua Yan isn't bad either. We've already become good sisters, unlike some people who reject people as soon as they come." Lu Wenjing could tell that Bai Qing and Zhao Lingxian were blaming Qin Feng. Last time, when the beautiful Su sisters came, Lu Wenjing had suffered because of this. This time, Lu Wenjing was smarter. She didn't reject Hua Yan, and instead directly pulled Hua Yan into her and Xiao Jia's battle team. Wai Yu, Bai Qing, and Zhao Lingxian had just been angered by Qin Feng, and now they were angered by Lu Wenjing. The 2 women were so angry that they couldn't say anything. Lu Wenjing had been at a disadvantage in bickering recently, and now she finally had the upper hand. Seeing Zhao Lingxian and Bai Qing's red faces, Lu Wenjing was very happy. Seeing that the beauties were about to start fighting again, Qin Feng hurriedly extinguished this bad sign. "Jing Jing, go prepare lunch. There'll be a lot of people at noon, so let's have a big gathering." Qin Feng helped Lu Wenjing fix her hair. A warm feeling welled up in Lu Wenjing's heart. She hugged Qin Feng and ran off. Qin Feng then walked over to Zhao Lingxian and Bai Qing's side and hugged each of them. The 2 women were still sulking and started to struggle in Qin Feng's embrace. Qin Feng forcefully pressed them down and kissed them on the lips. The 2 women were so embarrassed that they lowered their heads. "Let's go. We'll take those kids on a tour of Hero City. As big sisters, you should have some bearing." Qin Feng's 2 passionate kisses calmed Zhao Lingxian and Bai Qing's anger. The 2 women hadn't seen Qin Feng for a few days, and now that he was back, they really missed him. Seeing Qin Feng deftly defuse the storm, Lin Bei Bei chuckled and followed behind the 3 of them. Although she was on Bai Qing and Zhao Lingxian's battle team, Lin Bei Bei hoped that all the sisters could get along. That way, Qin Feng wouldn't have to worry. Su Xiatian was happily playing with the children of the medicine village. She had become the leader of the dolls, and the children followed behind her. Su Qiuyu and Li Yuqin weren't there. Recently, Su Qin Pharmaceuticals had been developing rapidly. Su Qiuyu was busy merging with the Liang family's business in the provincial capital and expanding offline channels. Li Yuqin was also busy with Royal Group. After everyone discussed, Li Yuqin decided to move Royal Group's main base to Hero City. Qin Feng had already taken the beauties and the villagers of the medicine village to play by the beach. Elder Bai and Su Haonan were playing together. Both of them were old men, so they were playing chess and chatting under a parasol. Su Haonan had finally found a playmate. Hua Yan's younger siblings had stayed in the medicine village since they were young. Elder Hua was worried about the children's safety, so he didn't let them go to school. Elder Hua taught the children all sorts of knowledge and also trained them to become qualified pharmacists. These children had never gone out to play in their lives. Now that they were by the beach, they were all crazy with joy. After playing for a while, Su Qiuyu had arranged lunch and called everyone to eat. Under a row of parasols by the beach, there was a dozen or so meters of buffet food. There were fruits, drinks, seafood, steaks, cold dishes, and other staple foods. Everyone gathered around and ate whatever they liked. The children from the medicine village felt like it was the new year today. They hadn't been this happy for a long time. Qin Feng, thank you. Hua Yan walked to Qin Feng's side with a glass of red wine and looked at him tenderly. Hua Yan was very touched by what Qin Feng had done. Seeing her younger siblings and grandpa so happy, Hua Yan was so happy that she wanted to cry. You're my woman. You don't have to thank me. Grandpa, my brother, and sister will stay in Hero City from now on. When the school is ready, the kids will be able to go to school. You can study in Jindu University. I'll help you with your revenge. Hua Yan's beautiful eyes became misty. Qin Feng pulled her into his arms and said, You're my woman. There's nothing to thank me for. Hua Yan was trying hard not to cry because it was a time of joy. However, after hearing Qin Feng's words, she couldn't help but shed 2 drops of happy and sweet tears. Qin Feng wiped away Hua Yan's tears and clinked glasses with her. Come, drink with me. Hua Yan didn't usually like to drink, but she drank the wine in one gulp. Then she hugged Qin Feng's waist tightly and didn't want to let go. During the meal, Bai Qing and the other beauties didn't cause trouble for Hua Yan. In fact, they had already accepted Qin Feng's other women. They were just bored and bickering with each other. This was the only way to have fun in life. The beauties liked the children of the medicine village very much. They turned into caring big sisters and cut steaks and peeled fruits for the children. They even carefully wiped the children's mouths to prevent oil stains from getting on their clothes. The meal was very happy. Even Su Haonan and Elder Hua couldn't stop laughing. Seeing so many cute children in the medicine village, Su Haonan glanced at Xia Xia and Qin Feng from time to time. He wanted to hug his grandson. AA 2705221. Chapter 815. After lunch, the children were tired after eating and drinking. They wanted to sleep with drowsy eyes. Lin Bei Bei, Zhao Lingxian, and the other women each took 2 children to their rooms to rest. Qin Feng sat with Elder Hua under the parasol. Su Haonan drank too much and was sent back to his room to rest. Qin Feng, I don't know how to thank you. I'm relieved to see Yan Yan and the others so happy. Elder Hua's face was full of vicissitudes. He had taken care of the 23 grandchildren of the Hua family by himself for 10 years. Only he knew how hard it was to be a father and a mother. However, this was nothing. Elder Hua was most worried about the children's safety. Now that everyone had moved to Hero City, Elder Hua could finally relax for the first time in 10 years. Elder Hua, you don't have to be so courteous with me. You're Hua Yan's grandfather, so you're also my grandfather. Just stay in Hero City with everyone, Qin Feng said with a smile. Elder Hua looked at Qin Feng with admiration and nodded repeatedly. I have a suggestion. I'd like to buy a piece of land in Hero City and turn it into a large-scale herb garden, just like the one you saw in the herb village. Do you think it's possible? Elder Hua stayed because he wanted to discuss this with Qin Feng. Elder Hua had been an alchemist his whole life. He had planted flowers and plants his whole life. Alchemy and spiritual herbs were deeply ingrained in his bones. He didn't want to give up his talent. Of course, if you didn't mention this, I would have liked to talk to you. Qin Feng immediately expressed his approval. It was very beneficial for Elder Hua to build a great herb garden in Hero City. Qin Feng had been to the herb village personally. The spiritual energy in the herb village was richer than the outer area of Devil Beast Mountain. Ever since Qin Feng started cultivating ancient martial arts, he hoped that his women and friends could cultivate as well. Not only could it strengthen their bodies, but it was also rumored that once they broke through to the true energy stage, their lifespan would increase by a lot. Qin Feng loved the women around him very much. He wanted to live with them for a very long time. That's fine. I'll move all of the spirit grasses and spirit pearls from the herb village here in the next few days. When the time comes, you just have to help me with the whole plot of land. Elder Hua didn't bother being polite with Qin Feng and spoke straightforwardly. By the way, Elder Hua, I have recently established Su Qin Pharmaceutical. Now, Su Qin Pharmaceutical's main products are whitening cream and gold sore medicine. I am preparing to launch several products suitable for martial artists in the future. I hope Elder Hua can cooperate with Su Qin Pharmaceutical in the future and help them develop. Elder Hua treated Qin Feng as one of his own, and Qin Feng treated Elder Hua as his own grandfather. Thus, Elder Hua went straight to the point and planned for the future. Su Qin Pharmaceutical is your company? Ha! No wonder. Elder Hua was slightly startled and suddenly laughed. Qin Feng didn't expect that even Elder Hua knew about Su Qin Pharmaceutical. Old man, don't tell me you've also used whitening cream and gold sore medicine? What do you think of the effects? Qin Feng asked. Elder Hua rolled his eyes at Qin Feng and said with a chuckle, You stinking brat, why would an old man like me use whitening cream? Isn't that used by virgins? However, I really bought a bottle of gold sore medicine and studied it. Your gold sore medicine is very magical. There are a few main ingredients that I can't even analyze. By the way, what medicinal ingredients did you use as a catalyst? Why is the price so low? Aren't you losing money? Su Qin Pharmaceutical has set off a craze in the Chinese martial world during this period of time. Old Hua also heard that Su Qin Pharmaceutical's gold sore medicine was comparable to the healing pills sold by the St. Medicine Hall, but the price was 100 times cheaper, so Old Hua bought a bottle to study. In the end, even he, the sect leader of the pill faction, couldn't completely understand the formula of the gold sore medicine. Qin Feng was a little embarrassed. He didn't study the formula. It was directly obtained from the system. Since it was related to the system, Qin Feng couldn't explain it to Elder Hua. After a moment of hesitation, Qin Feng's eyes lit up. Elder Hua, I didn't study the formula. It was given to me by a friend. My friend is also here. Do you want me to ask him to come over? That would be great. I really want to talk to your friend. Elder Hua was a fan of alchemy and medicinal ingredients. When he heard that there was an alchemy expert in Hero City, he stood up in excitement. With a thought, Qin Feng released Hua Tuo from a kilometer away. He took out his phone and pretended to make a call. Not long after, Hua Tuo, who was wearing a gray robe and straw sandals, slowly walked over. Elder Hua's gaze fell on Hua Tuo, and the expression in his eyes changed constantly. As an alchemy expert, Elder Hua could tell that Hua Tuo was an expert among experts with just a glance. This was a feeling. If one had to delve deeper, it would be a man's sixth sense. Little friend Qin Feng, why are you looking for me? Qin Feng had already informed Hua Tuo through his thoughts, so Hua Tuo no longer called Qin Feng master. Elder Hua, allow me to introduce you. This is Hua Tuo. Senior Hua Tuo this is Elder Hua. Hua Tuo, are you the divine physician Hua Tuo? Elder Hua could no longer remain calm. He jumped up with a whoosh. In fact, the Hua family was a branch of the divine pill sect that Hua Tuo founded. The Hua family did not have the surname Hua, but to show respect to Hua Tuo, they used the homonym Hua as their surname. The divine pill sect was also based on the divine pill sect. In China, only the divine physician Hua Tuo dared to use the word divine pill. Hee, Brother Hua, you must be joking. Hua Tuo is around 1,800 years old. How can I be Hua Tuo? Then I'm going to become an immortal. Hua Tuo stroked his white beard and smiled. There was no flaw in his smile. Qin Feng almost believed that he was not Hua Tuo. Hee, I was too excited and made a fool of myself. Brother Hua, please take a seat. I heard from Qin Feng that you came up with the formula for the golden sore medicine. I have a lot of questions to ask you, Brother Hua. I came up with the formula. I'm happy to discuss it with you, Brother Hua. The two old men in the field of alchemy sat together and chatted. Hua Tuo was obviously much better than Elder Hua. With just a few words, he could solve the profound questions that Elder Hua couldn't figure out for decades. Qin Feng was relieved when he saw the two old men having fun. When he remembered that Elder Hua was going to build a herbal manor in Hero City, Qin Feng decided to keep Hua Tuo in Hero City. It would be more beneficial to the development of Hero City. Qin Feng stayed in Hero City for a day before he rushed to the provincial capital to deal with some matters. Before he left, Qin Feng asked Hua Tuo to join the Hero Alliance. Hua Tuo's inner chi had reached great perfection. After he joined the Hero Alliance, a dragon's roar came from the dragon ranking, and Hua Tuo's name appeared on the ranking. There were 6 members in the Hero Alliance. Li Xingtian hadn't reached stage 6 inner chi yet, so his name was still hidden. He was a candidate disciple. Hua Yan, Yun Zhe, Ouyang Feng, Shimin Chueshua, and Hua Tuo were official disciples of the Hero Alliance. The side mission of Founding Ancestor required Qin Feng to recruit 10 stage 6 inner chi disciples and above. Now that Qin Feng had recruited 5 of them, he could complete the mission as soon as possible. Soaring Cloud Mansion in the provincial capital. When Yan Wushuang heard that Xiao Feng had returned, she immediately organized a celebration party. The celebration party could have been held a long time ago, but Qin Feng had been absent for the past 2 days. Therefore, everyone waited for him to return before they started the celebration party. Xiao Feng's reputation in the dragon sect was getting more and more famous. He had already surpassed Lu Yunyun, Lei Ming, and the other team leaders. Even Exploding Bear, the leader of the Earth Group, and Flying Bird, the leader of the Heaven Group, were not as famous as Qin Feng. Qin Feng's fame was comparable to that of the 9 dragons and 5 tigers. A representative from the 12 peaks attended the celebration party, and the team leaders of the Heaven, Earth, Mystic, and Yellow groups came to congratulate them. Exploding Bear and Flying Bird didn't attend the Hong Kong Black Money mission, so it would be inappropriate if they didn't attend this time. Qin Feng and Yan Wushuang had been praised and recorded 3 times in the past 2 months. Lu Bingbing, who had just joined the Dragon sect for less than 10 days, also received her first contribution. She became one of the main characters of the celebration party. Because of Xiao Feng's addition, the Huang group, which had always been looked down upon, had a huge change in their position in the Dragon sect. Not to mention the Xian group, now even the Heaven group and Earth group would not casually provoke the Huang group. After the representatives from the 12 peaks finished recording their contributions, they entered the dinner party. Everyone was having a good time eating and drinking. Many people were secretly staring at the 2 beauties, Yan Wushuang and Lu Bingbing. Unfortunately, these 2 beauties were already taken. They were the women that Xiao Feng fancied, so no one dared to provoke them. Instructor Yan, did the people of the Verdant sect confess? How did they settle the matter? Qin Feng held a glass of red wine and walked to Yan Wushuang, who was sitting in the corner. Yan Wushuang sat there quietly, waiting for Qin Feng to come to her. Yan Wushuang was a proud and aloof queen, so she wouldn't lower herself to pester Qin Feng. Zhang Ye interrogated the people of the verdant sect for 48 hours, but they didn't say anything. Moreover, they are just small fries of the verdant sect, so they don't know the location of the verdant sect's main base. Yan Wushuang was wearing a black silk evening gown, and she had light makeup on her face. She took a sip of red wine with her bright red lips and continued. The Dragon Sect and the Martial Art Alliance have announced that the disciples of the Verdant Sect are wanted all over the country. Anyone who is able to capture the disciples of the Verdant Sect and hand them over to the Dragon Sect or the Martial Art Alliance will be rewarded handsomely. As a major evil sect, the Verdant Sect had always been hated by the righteous sects in the martial arts world. The Martial Art Alliance had issued a bounty for the people of the Verdant Sect, and the mission to kill Taoist Rakshasa was issued by the Martial Art Alliance. Knowing that Li Xiaojie's whereabouts couldn't be found in a short time, Qin Feng felt somewhat depressed. Li Xiaojie had been resurrected twice and dissected into a grotesque state, but he was still able to become stronger. Qin Feng was even more curious about Li Xiaojie's situation. After chatting with Yan Wushuang for a while, Qin Feng hurriedly went to look for Lu Bingbing because he could feel Lu Bingbing's icy gaze from time to time. Bingbing, you're really awesome. You've just joined the Dragon Sect, and you've already made a great contribution. Qin Feng praised Lu Bingbing as soon as he arrived. This was his usual way of picking up girls. Lu Bingbing was actually very happy. She had dreamed of joining the Dragon Sect since she was young, and now her dream had come true. Moreover, it was because of Qin Feng that Lu Bingbing was able to make a great contribution this time. However, Lu Bingbing hid her emotions. Her expression was as cold as frost. She glared at Qin Feng angrily and did not speak to him. Qin Feng naturally reached out his hand and wrapped it around Lu Bingbing's slender waist. Lu Bingbing resisted a few times, but in the end, she pretended that she did not see it. I saw you chatting with that Yen woman just now. Why did you come to look for me? Lu Bingbing was a little jealous. Her jealous look was too charming. Qin Feng tightened his grip, and Lu Bingbing's upper body leaned into Qin Feng's embrace. Instructor Yan is only my female confidant. You're my sweetheart. Qin Feng smirked. Lu Bingbing secretly stepped on Qin Feng's foot with her high heels and said coldly, "So you're saying that I can do it, even if she can't?" Bingbing is so smart. Qin Feng had just finished speaking when he felt a pain in his waist. He hurriedly changed his words. "Ah? What did I say? I didn't say anything. Go to hell. I'll do it for you." AA 2705221. Chapter 816. Qin Feng spent the rest of the time with Lu Bingbing. The two of them hid in a corner and flirted with each other, which made the Dragon Sect members' hearts itch. Yan Wushuang glanced at Qin Feng from time to time. When she saw Qin Feng touching Lu Bingbing's thighs, she wished she could throw a dozen daggers at him. However, Lu Bingbing had just broken through to Stage 5 Inner Qi and had yet to reach Stage 6 Inner Qi. Her name on the Phoenix ranking was as dark as Li Xingtian's name on the Dragon ranking. Even after she joined the Hero Alliance, there was no Phoenix cry. When the celebration banquet came to an end, Qin Feng bade farewell to Lu Bingbing and left the soaring cloud mansion. He needed to go to St. Medic Hall since Ren Xiao Yao had taken a lot of his pills. "Qiao Feng!" Yan Wushuang's voice came from behind Qin Feng as soon as he stepped out of the door. "Instructor Yan, I left in a hurry because I had something to attend to. I forgot to say goodbye to you. Did you miss me? Why don't we have a goodbye kiss?" Qin Feng leaned toward Yan Wushuang. When he was less than 20 centimeters away from her, he stopped abruptly. A dagger appeared in Yan Wushuang's hand, and she held it between the two of them. "Don't disgust me. Who wants to kiss you?" Just thinking about it makes me want to vomit. Yan Wushuang always said one thing but meant another. Moreover, Qin Feng had been flirting with Lu Bingbing throughout the banquet. Yan Wushuang wouldn't be nice to Qin Feng. Hee, I'm just kidding. Now that I'm someone with a high status in the dragon sect, I'll have to think twice even if instructor Yan wants to have an affair with me. Qin Feng and Yan Wushuang bickered from the beginning to the end of the mission. It had become a habit for Qin Feng to tease Yan Wushuang whenever he saw her. Yan Wushuang was at a disadvantage every time. She gnashed her teeth in anger. I'm not in the mood to talk nonsense with you. I'm here to talk to you about something serious. The duel between you and Zilong is coming. Zilong will fight you at the top of the cliff tomorrow at 7 p.m. Yan Wushuang's voice suddenly turned serious, and the smile on Qin Feng's face disappeared. Recently, Qin Feng had been so busy that he had forgotten about the duel between Zilong and Zilong. A month passed in the blink of an eye, and the duel would be held tomorrow night. 7 o'clock? I usually haven't eaten at this time. What should I do? The atmosphere was silent for a long time before Qin Feng's laughter broke the silence. Yan Wushuang rolled her eyes and almost fainted from anger. Qin Feng, can you be more serious? That's the purple dragon, Su Xiaotian, we're talking about. Do you really want to die? Yan Wushuang was so angry that she shouted Qin Feng's real name. During this period of time, Yan Wushuang couldn't eat or sleep well because she was more worried about this battle than Qin Feng. Although Yan Wushuang had witnessed Qin Feng's strength and estimated that Qin Feng had reached stage 9 inner qi, she didn't think that Qin Feng would be able to defeat Zilong. After all, Zilong was one of the strongest in China. Although she was angry, Qin Feng could see through Yan Wushuang's emotions. Wushuang, tell me, what else can I do? Do I have any leeway to escape from this battle? Qin Feng was unusually serious. When he was serious, it always made people feel uneasy, because it meant that something serious had happened. Yan Wushuang's ice-cold expression gradually softened, leaving only worry in her eyes. Qin Feng was right. Do I have any leeway to escape from this battle? Yan Wushuang clenched her teeth and said, Why don't you run to another country? The further you go, the better. I'll stay in the Dragon Gate and keep watch for you. Even she herself was shocked by what she said. Qin Feng suddenly reached out his hand and gently pulled Yan Wushuang into his arms. Yan Wushuang was about to resist when Qin Feng's gentle voice drifted into her ears. Just let me hug you for a while. Maybe you won't see me again at this time tomorrow night. Yan Wushuang's delicate body trembled, and she stopped struggling. Her eyes became empty. She hesitated for a moment before she took the initiative to get into Qin Feng's arms. Listen to me and leave tonight. I've already arranged an escape route for you. You can leave any time you want after you pack your luggage. Yan Wushuang's voice suddenly became firm. She knew that Qin Feng would definitely die if he fought the Purple Dragon sect tomorrow night. But if he ran away, he might still have a chance to live. Yan Wushuang joined the Dragon sect at a very young age. She had always been loyal to the Dragon sect. She had never thought of betraying the Dragon sect. However, at this moment, Yan Wushuang didn't know why she betrayed the Dragon sect so easily and stood on Qin Feng's side. Qin Feng suddenly hugged Yan Wushuang tightly. This woman was really adorable. She was worried about him, but she pretended to be cold and heartless. Qin Feng really wanted to take off her clothes and see her breasts. What was the shape of her heart? I can't leave. What will you do if I leave? Qin Feng's voice was firm. His words made Yan Wushuang feel like she was electrocuted. A warm electric current surged through her body. Yan Wushuang didn't expect Qin Feng to stay for her. Of course. Qin Feng only said half of what he wanted to say. As for my family, friends, other women, the Qin family's business in Hero City, what about my past? What about my mother? What about Su Ruoro and Han Ying? Qin Feng was too embarrassed to say these words out loud. Qin Feng, are you sure you can defeat Zilong? Yan Wushuang knew Qin Feng couldn't change his mind once he made up his mind. She could only pray that Qin Feng could defeat Su Xiaotian. I can't say for sure, but Su Xiaotian wants to kill me? It won't be that easy. I'll skin him alive. Qin Feng had no confidence in winning the death match because he didn't know the true strength of China's 9 dragons. He was still at a loss when it came to stage 9 inner qi. To prevent Yan Wushuang from worrying, Qin Feng changed the topic and added Yan Wushuang to the Hero Alliance. Yan Wushuang's strength was at stage 7 inner qi. She met the requirement of the founder mission. A phoenix cry sounded in Qin Feng's mind. Yan Wushuang's golden name appeared on the Hero Alliance's phoenix ranking. After chatting with Yan Wushuang for a while, Qin Feng said goodbye to her and rushed to the Saint Medic. Qin Feng would definitely die if he fought Su Xiaotian with his current strength. He had to consume the spirit-raising pill and the diamond pill tonight to see if he could break through to stage 9 inner qi. As long as he reached stage 9 inner qi, Qin Feng was confident that he could fight Su Xiaotian. Even if he couldn't defeat Su Xiaotian, he could at least protect himself. By the time Qin Feng arrived at the Saint Medic, the sky was already dark. There was no day or night in martial artist town. Most of the shops were still open. Many martial artists who had completed their missions were strolling on the streets. Some of them were here to pick out weapons and buy pills. Qin Feng rushed to the entrance of the Saint Medic. Just as he was about to enter the shop, a beautiful figure appeared in front of him. Qin Feng slammed into the person's chest, but it was too late. Duang. Qin Feng felt himself being pushed back a few steps, and he heard a familiar scream. Ouch! My breasts are going to break. One is big and the other is small. Ah, Xiao Feng, it's you again. You did it on purpose, didn't you? Qin Feng bumped into Xiao Yao's chest every time he bumped into her. Most importantly, it was purely a coincidence. Qin Feng didn't do it on purpose. Xiao Yao, do you have the diamond pill, ascending spirit pill, and violent demon pill? Qin Feng didn't have time to bicker with Xiao Yao. He only had 1 day and 1 night left to break through to stage 9 inner qi. If he couldn't reach stage 9 inner qi, he would have to go to the peak of the Broken Cliff Mountain at 7 o'clock sharp tomorrow night. Ah, what golden eggs? Divine eggs? Baby eggs? I don't know what you're talking about. Ren Xiao Yao looked at Qin Feng innocently. Her acting was so good that Qin Feng was so angry that he laughed. Xiao Yao, why are you still pretending? Did you hide the pills in your chest? I want to touch them. Qin Feng reached out his hand to touch them. Xiao Yao screamed in fright. There were 4 guards in the Saint Medic. When they saw that someone dared to bully Xiao Yao, they immediately charged at her with their swords. You bastard! You're courting death. This is the first time I've seen someone who dares to cause trouble in the Saint Medic. Young miss, go back to your room. We'll chop this bastard up and feed him to the dogs. The 4 guards were all stage 6 inner qi experts. They glared at Qin Feng like tigers watching their prey. Although Xiao Yao was unwilling to hand over the grade 6 golden pill, Qin Feng was the benefactor of the Saint Medic. She couldn't allow her subordinates to be rude to Qin Feng. What are you guys doing? Back off. Are you trying to rebel? He's my boyfriend. We're just fooling around. Do you know what flirting is? I can tell that you're single dogs. There's no more dog food for you tonight. Ren Xiao Yao's temper was still very fierce. She scolded the 4 guards until they were bleeding their heads. When the 4 guards found out that Qin Feng was Xiao Yao's boyfriend, they retreated in fear. They regretted their actions so much that their intestines turned green. Hee hee, big brother Xiao Feng, look at me. I'll help you teach those ignorant fellows a lesson. Let's consider our previous matters written off. Boo-hoo, it's already so late. I'm sleepy, I'm going back to sleep. Ren, little demon, stretched her waist and turned around to walk into the Saint Medic Hall. Qin Feng pulled her into his embrace and didn't let go. Ren Xiao Yao struggled with all her might, but she couldn't break free from Qin Feng's embrace. "Hey, why are you 4 single dogs still standing there? Come and save me. Helpless." Ren Xiao Yao began to call for help from the 4 guards. One of the 4 guards was about to come over, but the other 3 quickly pulled him back. "Are you stupid? Miss Xiao said that's her boyfriend. This is called flirting. A single dog like you won't understand it. Hurry up and learn." The guard who was pulled back was enlightened. He quickly thanked the other 3 guards. The 4 of them stood still and ignored Xiao Yao's pleas like statues. Rin Xiao Yao's voice was hoarse from all the shouting. She was so angry that smoke was coming out of her head. She had already decided to fire the 4 stupid guards. "Hee hee, big brother Qiao Feng, don't hug me. It's not good. It's not good for everyone." Rin Xiao Yao began to act coquettishly when she realized she couldn't escape. Qin Feng placed his hand on Ren Xiao Yao's shoulder and stopped her from running away. "Xiao Yao, Saint Medic won the first place in this year's Elixir Conference. For the next 3 years, you'll still be the #1 pharmacy in China. You'll earn a lot of money and have a supreme reputation. I've helped you so much, and you're still trying to renege on the elixirs?" Ren Xiao Yao was embarrassed by Qin Feng's words. She took out a bunch of medicine bottles and stuffed them into Qin Feng's hands. All right. These are all the elixirs we got from the Elixir Conference. I'll give them all to you, okay?" Qin Feng was slightly stunned. He didn't expect Rin Xiao Yao, who valued elixirs as much as her life, to suddenly become so generous. Qin Feng let go of Rin Xiao Yao and began to look for the 3 6th-grade golden elixirs. He was so angry that his face darkened. "Xiao Yao, stop right there. Are you treating me like a trash can? You gave me a bunch of 1st-grade elixirs, but I didn't even see a 2nd-grade elixir." AA 2705221, Chapter 817. Rin Xiao Yao ran away after throwing the pills. When Qin Feng raised his head again, she was already gone. Qin Feng was defeated by this mischievous little girl, and he hurriedly chased after her. The 4 guards didn't stop Qin Feng, and they even smiled foolishly at him. "Ah, H, how did you get in?" Rin Xiao Yao ran back to her room and sat on the bed, panting heavily. Suddenly, she saw Qin Feng following her. Ren Xiao Yao suddenly understood without Qin Feng's answer. She was determined to fire the 4 single dogs. The interior of the sacred medic hall was decorated in an antique style, displaying the aura of a noble family. Rin Xiao Yao's room was very cozy and fragrant. The large bed was covered with pink cartoon bed sheets. Qin Feng approached Rin Xiao Yao step by step. "Xiao Yao, since you're heartless, then don't blame me for being heartless. Aren't we boyfriend and girlfriend? Now it's time for you to fulfill your obligations as my girlfriend." Qin Feng smirked. Rin Xiao Yao was like a little lamb that fell into a wolf's den. She kicked off her shoes and climbed onto the bed. She curled her body into a corner and looked at Qin Feng nervously. "I already gave you the pills. What else do you want?" Rin Xiao Yao pouted and complained. Qin Feng staggered and almost fell. "Aren't you embarrassed to give me a bunch of 1st-grade wonder pills? What do you take me for?" Qin Feng suddenly jumped onto the bed and slowly crawled toward Rin Xiao Yao like a hungry wolf. Don't come over. I'm going to call for help." Qin Feng grabbed Rin Xiao Yao's calf. This girl's feet were exquisite and fair. If he was a foot fetishist, he would really enjoy it. With a light pull, Ren Xiao Yao slid from the bed into Qin Feng's arms. "Stop fooling around. Give me the 6th-grade gold pills. I only want those 3 pills. You can keep the rest." Qin Feng hugged Ren Xiao Yao and smelled her fragrance. Ren Xiao Yao knew that he couldn't avoid this anymore, so he bargained with an aggrieved expression. Then I'll return the Vudra pill you refined." As for the violent demon pill and rising spirit pill that I found that expert to refine, I want to keep them for myself. Qin Feng was stunned. You found an alchemist? Could you be any more shameless, lass? Seeing that time was running out, Qin Feng's face suddenly turned serious. Little witch, I'm going to fight Su Xiaoshan to the death tomorrow night. Ren Xiaoyao was still thinking about how to get rid of Qin Feng. When she heard Qin Feng's sudden words, she was stunned. Su Xiaotian? Are you talking about China's purple dragon, Su Xiaotian? You want to fight him to the death? Don't scare me. The time of the duel is tomorrow night at 7:00 p.m. The location of the duel is at the top of Broken Cliff Mountain. Qin Feng continued as if he was talking to himself. Rin Xiaoyao stopped struggling and lay in Qin Feng's embrace. Who didn't know the power of China's 9 dragons? Rin Xiaoyao knew Qiao Feng was quite powerful, but she and Yan Wushuang didn't have high hopes for Qin Feng. After all, his opponent was the purple dragon of China. You couldn't have made up such a big lie to cheat me of my elixir, right? Rin Xiaoyao stared at Qin Feng with a complicated expression. The corner of Qin Feng's mouth twitched, and he was almost angered to death. What do you mean by deceiving you of your medicinal pills? She and Hua Tuo were the ones who refined the 3 golden pills. I'm actually the vice leader of Dragon Sect's yellow group, Qiao Feng. You can use your connections to find out about me. 1 month ago, the purple dragon issued a death invitation to me at the Soaring Cloud Mansion. It's not a secret in the Dragon Sect. Qin Feng let go of Rin Xiaoyao, got off the bed and sat on the sofa. Qin Feng did not stand on ceremony with Ren Xiaoyao. He walked into her room and acted like he was at home. He took out a bottle of high-end red wine from the wine cabinet and started drinking. Ren Xiaoyao was still in a daze. She believed Qin Feng's words. After all, no one would joke about something like this. His opponent was the purple dragon. Who would joke about the purple dragon of China? Are you crazy? Why did you agree to the death duel with the purple dragon, Will? Rin Xiaoyao jumped off the bed and sat beside Qin Feng after she regained her senses. It was Su Xiaotian who asked me to issue a death invitation. You have to accept it. If you want to run away, the Dragon Sect will hunt you down, Qin Feng said. Ren Xiaoyao was so shocked that her mouth opened wide. She usually quarreled with Qin Feng, and they often disliked each other. However, Rin Xiaoyao was still very grateful to Qin Feng. After all, Qin Feng helped Saint Medic win the championship. He also saved Rin Xiaoyao when the Verdant Sect snatched the pills. So, you will accept the challenge at 7 tomorrow night? Of course I will. The atmosphere suddenly became silent. After a moment, Rin Xiaoyao searched her body for a few minutes and took out 30 or so bottles of medicine, giving Qin Feng a fright. Are there holes in your body? You hid more than 50 bottles. Where did you put them? Qin Feng looked at Ren Xiaoyao's body curiously. His gaze finally fell on her legs. Ren Xiaoyao blushed and said shyly and angrily, "Don't think too much. You're the one who hid the pills in that kind of place. Can I eat them if I take them out? It should taste even better." Qin Feng nodded seriously. Rin Xiaoyao's eyes almost popped out. Suddenly, she pushed the 30 bottles in front of her into Qin Feng's arms. "Here, these are all the pills I got from the Elixir Conference. You should break through tonight. If you need any more pills, I'll go to Saint Medic and get them for you." Qin Feng was slightly stunned. Did this girl take out a bunch of first-grade elixirs to trick him again? After a round of inspection, Qin Feng felt a little moved. The second batch of medicine bottles were filled with pills of grade 4 and above. The diamond pill, the violent demon pill, and the spirit ascension pill were all inside. Even the yin-yang golden pill, refined by Elder Bai of the herbal sect, was inside. I only want 3 pills for myself. You can keep the rest. Qin Feng took out 3 6th-grade golden pills and returned the remaining bottles to Rin Xiaoyao. The woman who regarded elixirs as her life was unhappy. She pouted and shouted. I said, I'll give it to you. Why are you so wishy-washy? Hurry up and break through with the elixirs. I don't want to hear the news of your death tomorrow night. Qin Feng understood Ren Xiaoyao's intentions. He didn't help this girl for nothing. Qin Feng didn't waste any more time. He took the elixirs and prepared to leave. Hey, where are you going? Break through in my room. I'll protect you. If you need any elixirs, I can go to St. Medic and get them for you. Ren Xiaoyao grabbed Qin Feng and pulled him to her bed. Qin Feng had a feeling that this woman wanted to do something pleasant with him. More than 30 bottles of elixirs were scattered around the bed. Ren Xiaoyao was like a servant. She took off Qin Feng's shoes and pushed him onto the bed. Qin Feng sat cross-legged and prepared to use the elixirs to cultivate. Ren Xiaoyao obediently sat on the sofa and watched Qin Feng's movements. Qin Feng grabbed the 6th grade diamond pill. The diamond pill was the size of an egg, but it melted in his mouth. Qin Feng didn't even need to chew. The elixir had already entered his body through his intestines. Rumble! A scorching and violent aura exploded in Qin Feng's body. That dense spiritual energy filled Qin Feng's tendons and bones. Qin Feng felt that his body was undergoing a miraculous change. His tendons and veins became thicker, and his bones made crackling sounds. They became harder and stronger. Qin Feng felt that he was developing again. The diamond pill was a miraculous elixir that helped external cultivators cultivate. Qin Feng had been stuck at stage 6 external for a while. With the help of the diamond pill, Qin Feng felt that he was on the verge of breaking through. Rumble! A loud sound came from Qin Feng's body. This time, it was the sound of a breakthrough. The clothes on Qin Feng's upper body exploded. His physique became even stronger. His muscles swelled and his bones became huge. He was as mighty and majestic as the Hulk. Ren Xiaoyao stared at him unblinkingly. She was mesmerized by Qin Feng's chest muscles. Ren Xiaoyao was an idiot when it came to love. She had never experienced sexual intercourse. This was her first time observing a man's body so closely. She felt hot and sweaty. Rumble! Not long after the explosive sound of a breakthrough, another loud sound came from Qin Feng's body. One diamond pill allowed Qin Feng to break through 2 levels. He was now a stage 8 external expert. This wasn't due to luck. Instead, it was the result of Qin Feng carrying the 250-kilogram sacred azure battle armor every day and frequently battling experts to the death. Qin Feng's external realm had already laid a solid foundation, and he only lacked an opportunity to break through. Now that the King Kong pill had given Qin Feng this opportunity, it was only natural that he would level up 2 times in a row. Ren Xiaoyao was stunned when she saw Qin Feng breaking through like a rocket. She only found out today that Xiao Feng was a genius in both internal and external cultivation. Qin Feng had completely absorbed the medicinal effects of the diamond pill. He didn't have time to adapt to his current state. He casually grabbed the Spirit Ascension pill in his hand. The Spirit Ascension pill was a pill concocted by Hua Tuo. It forcibly raised a golden core from a grade 6 to grade 7. Qin Feng stared at the Spirit Ascension pill for a while. This pill was the most effective for Qin Feng. Qin Feng was counting on it to break through to stage 9 inner qi. The aroma of the pill permeated the air and spiritual essence surged. Qin Feng opened his mouth and swallowed the Spirit Ascension pill. The pill melted in his mouth at a speed faster than the diamond pill. A wave of boundless spiritual energy instantly exploded within Qin Feng's body. Qin Feng had just broken through to stage 8 external, so his tendons, veins, and body had been greatly strengthened. His body was like a thirsty sponge, crazily absorbing the boundless spiritual energy. His cultivation speed had increased by several times. The Spirit Ascension pill, concocted by Hua Tuo, was too powerful. The spiritual essence flowed out of Qin Feng's body and filled the entire room. Rin Xiaoyao's room became a small room with dense spiritual essence. She couldn't help but start cultivating. Qin Feng did no fatigue. He absorbed the spiritual essence over and over again. He guided the spiritual essence to circulate in his meridians and finally condensed it in his dantian, where it was converted into his inner qi. Cultivation was a tedious task. Time flew by quickly, and before he knew it, it was already the second half of the night. After cultivating for half the night, Qin Feng had almost absorbed all the spiritual essence in his body. His body had reached a state of saturation. He felt like his body was going to explode at any time. Rumble! A loud sound came from Qin Feng's body. It was so loud that Rin Xiaoyao's bed almost collapsed. Rin Xiaoyao woke up from her cultivation. She stared at Qin Feng with her big, watery eyes that were filled with astonishment. Are you serious? Did you really break through in one night? Rin Xiaoyao was sure that Qin Feng had broken through because his aura had undergone a huge change. Now, Qin Feng's aura was as calm as water. It was not as powerful as before. However, Ren Xiaoyao couldn't see through Qin Feng's true strength. It was a majestic aura that was as vast as the sea. It flowed out endlessly. It made one feel gentle, but it could also make one feel suffocated in an instant. This kind of aura was rarely seen in China. It was the aura of a martial artist who had broken through to stage 9 inner qi. AA 2705221. Chapter 818. A stage 9 inner qi expert in China's secular world. Qin Feng had been working hard in this direction ever since he started cultivating. It had only been half a year since he had obtained the system. From a powerless hedonistic young master, he had become a stage 9 inner qi expert. No one would believe him if he told them about his transformation speed. Qin Feng knew that there were true qi experts beyond stage 9 inner qi. However, other than Ouyang Feng in the system, Qin Feng had never met such a powerful expert in the secular world or the martial arts world. Ren Xiaoyao finally regained her senses. Her saliva dripped all over the floor. She rushed to Qin Feng's side and grabbed his arm. She was extremely excited. Xiao Feng, tell me, have you broken through to stage 9 inner qi? Qin Feng was very excited as well. He nodded his head vigorously. The difference between stage 9 inner qi and stage 8 inner qi was like heaven and earth. Although it was only a difference of one realm, Qin Feng felt that his strength had increased by a few folds. He felt that he could knock down 10 girls with one shot. No, he should knock down 10 bulls with one punch. Rin Xiaoyao became even more excited when she saw Qin Feng nodding. This is great. This is great. I have a stage 9 inner qi friend now. I can brag about it to others in the future. Qin Feng was also happy when he saw Rin Xiaoyao's excitement. But very quickly, Qin Feng felt a chill on his body. He subconsciously looked down and found that his clothes had been blown to pieces during the breakthrough. Now his body was covered with bits of cloth, and he looked like he wasn't wearing anything at all. Huh, did something hit me? Rin Xiaoyao hugged Qin Feng's shoulder and swayed excitedly in front of him. Halfway through, she suddenly stopped and looked at Qin Feng's thigh. Her beautiful eyes widened and almost fell out of her head. Ah, you bastard, you scoundrel, you disgust me to death. Ren Xiaoyao's heart thumped wildly. She was so scared that she retreated to the door. Rin Xiaoyao patted her chest as she cursed at Qin Feng. However, in her mind, the scene she had just witnessed was simply too spectacular. Qin Feng was very embarrassed because he found that after he broke through, little Qin Feng was so excited that he danced with joy. Ahem, little witch, get me a set of clothes. Qin Feng pretended to be calm and said after clearing his throat, Humph, I'm not going to find clothes for you. You can go fight with Zilong naked. Ha ha ha. Ren Xiaoyao was grinning from ear to ear as if she was deliberately taking revenge on Qin Feng. Qin Feng wasn't worried at all. He suddenly laid in a straight line on Little Witch's fragrant bed. Then don't look for clothes. I'm tired anyway, so I'll have a good sleep. Ren Xiaoyao glanced at Qin Feng and accidentally caught sight of the sky pillar. She was so embarrassed that her face was about to drip water. You're filthy. Don't lie on my bed. Get off. Ren Xiaoyao was a clean freak. When she saw Qin Feng lying on her bed, she was so anxious that she wanted to rush over, but she didn't dare to. She stood at the door like a monkey, hopping left and right. Oh, you want me to stand up? What do you want to do? Qin Feng jumped off the bed and stood 1 meter in front of Ren Xiaoyao. Ren Xiaoyao wasn't prepared. When she saw Qin Feng's weapon, she was so scared that she immediately closed her eyes. Wu, you get back. Wu, you're bullying me. Ren Xiaoyao was so anxious that she cried. She was still a virgin and had never been teased like this before. Ren Xiaoyao was a little worried. Were all men so magnificent? Wouldn't she be played to death? You're so annoying. First you want me to come down. Then you want me to go back. I really don't know what you're doing. Qin Feng complained after taking advantage of her. He swaggered back to Ren Xiaoyao's bed and lay down. Qin Feng had played enough. After getting on the bed, he pulled Ren Xiaoyao's blanket to cover himself. The blanket was soft and fragrant, and Qin Feng was a little restless. Xiaoyao, go prepare a set of sportswear and help Master take a bath. Qin Feng ordered Ren Xiaoyao as he remembered his mission to train Ren Xiaoyao. Ren Xiaoyao had a belly full of anger, but she had nowhere to vent it. Now that the Elixir Conference was over and Saint Medic was the champion, Ren Xiaoyao didn't want to be Qin Feng's personal maid anymore. However, Ren Xiaoyao was helpless when she saw Qin Feng lying on her bed and refusing to leave. She decided that as soon as Qin Feng left, she would change the entire bed. Humph, stay in the room and don't move. I'll be right back. Ren Xiaoyao rolled her eyes at Qin Feng and went out to find the 4 guards. Hurry up and prepare a set of sportswear for my boyfriend. Ren Xiaoyao's attitude changed completely in front of the guards. She placed her hands on her hips and arrogantly ordered the 4 guards. The 4 guards quickly nodded their heads in agreement, but their hearts were filled with shock. This young miss was usually quite conservative. They didn't expect her to be so wild after she got her boyfriend. She even tore her brother's clothes. Ren Xiaoyao returned to her room. Qin Feng was practicing martial arts in the room. He wanted to feel the strength of a stage 9 inner chi expert. Ah, no, didn't I tell you not to move around? Why? Why are you wandering around naked? Ren Xiaoyao was shocked when she entered the room. She quickly covered her eyes and didn't dare to look. Ren Xiaoyao's exposed neck, arms, and long legs were completely red, making her even more charming and moving. Qin Feng went up and hugged Ren Xiaoyao, then pulled her into the bathroom. Xiao Feng, let go of me. Don't even think about it. This young miss will never yield to you. It's my first time. Ren Xiaoyao was scared and struggled as she thought Qin Feng was going to pull her into the bathroom. After entering the bathroom, Qin Feng closed the door and sat in the bathtub. He rolled his eyes at Ren Xiaoyao and yelled, "What are you thinking? With your looks? I'd have to think about it if you gave me to you. What are you waiting for? Hurry up and scrub my back." Ren Xiaoyao was worried that Qin Feng would do something to her. Now that she knew she was overthinking, she became unhappy. What kind of taste does this man have? Does he even know how to appreciate beautiful women? Ren Xiaoyao was afraid that Qin Feng would run around in her room again, so she could only swallow her anger and let Qin Feng bathe. After filling the bathtub, Ren Xiaoyao skillfully picked up a towel and started to scrub her back. People who didn't know better would think she was a scrubber girl. Big brother Xiao Feng, since you've broken through to stage 9 inner chi, you won't be able to use the other pills I gave you. Why don't you give them back to me? Ren Xiaoyao started to think about her pills again. Qin Feng said generously, "Of course, I threw those useless pills on your bed. Just scrub me properly and take them back when you're done." Seeing how generous Qin Feng was, Ren Xiaoyao was incredibly moved. She was very serious and focused on scrubbing the bathtub. Qin Feng lay comfortably in the bathtub, enjoying this feeling. After he finished his bath, the guards had already placed the clothes at the door. Ren Xiaoyao handed the clothes to Qin Feng. Qin Feng had just put them on and walked out when he saw Ren Xiaoyao's eyes burning with killing intent. "What's wrong?" "Ew, you're shameless. These are all lousy pills below grade 4. I don't want them. Where are my violent demon pills, demonic pills, rank advancement pills, knowledge pill, and yin-yang golden pills?" "Oh, what are you talking about? This is the first time I've heard of them." Qin Feng mimicked Ren Xiaoyao and played dumb. Ren Xiaoyao stomped her feet in anger. However, Qin Feng had broken through to stage 9 inner qi. If Ren Xiaoyao couldn't defeat Qin Feng, no one in the entire Saint Medic could defeat him. "Big brother Qiao Feng, why don't you give them back to me? They're useless to you." Ren Xiaoyao immediately changed her strategy and hugged Qin Feng's arm. Qin Feng pulled Ren Xiaoyao to sit on the sofa and threw a few exquisite jade bottles to her. "Take these. I'll keep the knowledge pill and the violent demon pill for myself." Ren Xiaoyao's eyes lit up when she saw the pills. She put the yin-yang golden pills, rank advancement pills, and demonic pills away and said, "Big brother Qiao Feng is the best." "Are you sure? Why don't you give me a kiss as a reward?" Qin Feng placed his face next to Ren Xiaoyao's mouth, scaring her into retreating hastily. "Forget it. Big brother Qiao Feng is my master. How can I, a servant, be worthy of you? I'm not worthy of you in the past, and I won't be worthy of you in the future." Ren Xiaoyao looked at Qin Feng guiltily. She was afraid that Qin Feng would really push her down. If Qin Feng really did that, Ren Xiaoyao wouldn't be able to resist at all. Qin Feng felt that Ren Xiaoyao was getting more and more interesting after interacting with her for a long time. He was only teasing her and would not cross the line. "Xiaoyao, I'm going to cooperate with Saint Medic. Are you interested?" Qin Feng's expression became serious after he finished fooling around. Ren Xiaoyao sat back on the sofa and asked, "What kind of cooperation?" "I've opened Su Qin Pharmaceutical Company. It's been developing rapidly recently. Saint Medic can cooperate with my company and create the strongest pharmacy in China's ancient martial arts world." After Qin Feng learned about Hua Yan's background, he had always held a grudge against the Hua family in his heart. Qin Feng knew that the herbal sect was actually very strong. If it weren't for Hua Tuo's appearance, they would have lost this year's alchemy conference. Qin Feng was going to defeat the herbal sect first. Then it would be easy to deal with them. "Aha! You, what did you just say? Su Qin Pharmaceutical Company is your company?" Ren Xiaoyao jumped in fright. "Servant girl, do you want to scare master to death? Sit properly." Qin Feng glared at Ren Xiaoyao in annoyance. Ren Xiaoyao quickly sat down. The shock in her beautiful eyes did not fade for a long time. Su Qin Pharmaceutical Company's momentum had been too strong recently, forcing Saint Medic to a dead end. For example, Su Qin Pharmaceutical Company's gold sore medicine had the same effect as Saint Medic's healing pills, but the price was 100 times lower. Who would still go to Saint Medic to buy medicinal pills? "Big brother Qiao Feng, your Su Qin Pharmaceutical Company has caused Saint Medic to suffer. In the past 2 months, Saint Medic sales have plummeted by 50%. For this matter, the elders of the family have been holding family meetings every day to discuss it. I know. That's why I'm giving your Saint Medic a way out, because you're my personal maid." Qin Feng was not boasting. Hua Tuo and Elder Hua were in Hero City. As long as Qin Feng wanted to, he could destroy Saint Medic in minutes. Ren Xiaoyao quickly held Qin Feng's arm and leaned half of her body in his arms. She said with a smile, I know Big Brother Chow Feng is the best. How do you want to cooperate? Give our saint medicine. Haul more profits. Qin Feng put his arm around Ren Xiao Yao's shoulder and laid comfortably on the sofa like a master. You can talk about the profits with my woman. I won't let you suffer a loss. When Ren Xiao Yao heard that she was going to talk about cooperation with Qin Feng's woman, she was inexplicably unhappy. However, when she thought of Su Qin Pharmaceutical Company and the super alchemist that Qin Feng knew, she immediately became happy again. After talking about cooperation, Ren Xiao Yao became even more obedient. Xiao Yao, come and massage Master's shoulders. Okay. And massage Master's thighs. Yes, Master. Ahem, Master's buttocks are hurting. Come and massage Master's buttocks. Master, you're acting like a hooligan. Chapter 819. In the Qin family's mansion in the provincial capital. The Qin family was one of the 5 small families in the provincial capital, but 20 years ago it was the leader of the 4 major families in the provincial capital. 20 years ago, when the Qin family was at its peak, Qin Shitian, Qin Feng's grandfather, was one of the 9 dragons and had the strength of stage 9 inner qi. At that time, no one dared to provoke the Qin family. However, overnight, the Qin family suddenly retreated. From the leader of the 4 major families to the last of the 5 small families, no one dared to provoke the Qin family. The Qin family didn't understand why the elder left the dragon sect and gave up the position of the 9 dragons' crimson dragon. The Qin family didn't dare to question him, and Qin Shitian wouldn't explain it to them. Qin Feng's father had 4 brothers. Emperor Qin was the eldest, and he had 3 younger brothers. Qin Shao, who appeared at the banquet of the Soaring Cloud Mansion, was the only son of Qin Feng's second uncle. Qin Yi, who tried to frame Qin Feng, was one of the second sons of Qin Feng's third uncle. Only Qin Feng's third uncle had a girl. Qin Feng rarely saw her. They were family, but they were distant from each other. It was late at night, but Qin Zhao's room was still brightly lit. Qin Shao was dressed in a white traditional Chinese suit. He didn't look like he was going to sleep. He sat on the sofa with his legs crossed, and an old man stood in front of him. Young Master, the informants in the Acropolis city told us that someone is building a mountain resort. The resort has been closed and renamed Hero City. The old man was dressed in a black robe and had gray hair. He had tried to kill Qin Feng several times. He was Qin Zhao's subordinate, Uncle Yan. Half a year ago, when Qin Feng, Qin Yi, Li Xiao, Jie, Sima Tu, and the others were engaged in a life and death struggle in the Amethyst Dragon Palace, Qin Xiao and Uncle Yan suddenly appeared. They were the 2 black-robed men. A few months ago, Qin Xiao mobilized all the families and forces in the Acropolis city to rebel against Qin Feng. Qin Xiao used the identity of Xiao 11 Lang to issue a mission in the Martial Artist Alliance to recruit assassins to kill Qin Feng. Qin Xiao spread the news about Qin Feng to the outside martial arts world, causing the second martial arts world storm. Forces from the outside martial arts world besieged Qin Feng at Devil Beast Mountain. Qin Xiao was the one who did all these things. He had done many other things, so many that he had almost forgotten himself. Qin Xiao and Qin Yi were the same. In order to fight for the position of the Qin family's young patriarch, they disregarded their bloodline and schemed in secret. He originally thought that Qin Feng was really killed at Devil Beast Mountain last time, but the news that Uncle Yan just told him caught Qin Xiao off guard. Uncle Yan, who built Hero City? Qin Zhao's expression was ferocious, and his voice was cold. Young Master, I've used all kinds of methods to investigate, but I can't find anything, Uncle Yan said. Qin Xiao had a bad feeling and continued to ask, did Qin Feng's previous women go to Hero City? All the women in Acropolis City have gone, and they're helping to build Hero City, Uncle Yan said honestly. Now, Qin Xiao was sure that his big brother Qin Feng was not dead. The only person who could call Qin Feng's woman over was his big brother himself. However, Qin Xiao had watched the video on Devil Beast Mountain a few hundred times. She even hired different experts to verify the authenticity of the video. That video was definitely shot by real people. There was no trace of artificial synthesis. Qin Xiao couldn't figure out how Qin Feng came back to life. "Young master, what should we do now?" Uncle Yen panicked when he learned that Qin Feng had been resurrected. "Humph. My big brother is really a cockroach that can't be killed. But so what if he's alive? I've just broken through to stage 8 inner chi. How many people in the same generation as me can defeat me? No matter how powerful Qin Feng is, I'll crush him with my own hands." Qin Xiao suddenly stood up and walked to the door. "I'm going to see Grandpa. The Qin family's martial arts competition is about to begin." Qin Feng stayed in Ren Xiao Yao's room for the night, due to their relationship as master and servant. Qin Feng slept on the bed while Ren Xiao Yao slept on the sofa. However, Ren Xiao Yao couldn't fall asleep in the middle of the night. In the end, she disregarded the fact that she was a man and a woman and fell into a deep sleep. The next day, as expected, Ren Xiao Yao snuggled into Qin Feng's arms. Their ambiguous actions were hard to accept. Qin Feng spent the whole day stabilizing his stage 9 inner chi. It was already 6 in the evening, and there was only an hour left before the battle with Su Xiaotian. Ren Xiao Yao insisted on driving Qin Feng to Broken Cliff Mountain because she was worried about Qin Feng and wanted to watch the battle. "Xiao Yao, join my hero alliance." Ren Xiao Yao was driving a red Ferrari. Qin Feng looked out the window at the rapidly retreating night scene and seemed a bit absent-minded. "Hero alliance? Which division are you from? What rank are you? I won't join anyone who's lower than diamond." Ren Xiao Yao rambled on, leaving Qin Feng speechless. "That's not right. You're going to die soon, and you're still thinking about games? Can you even do it?" Ren Xiao Yao added insult to injury. Qin Feng slapped Ren Xiao Yao's long thigh, glared at her and yelled, "Woman, you're simply poisonous. You can't wait for me to die. If I die, you won't have to be a servant anymore, right?" Rin, little monster, nodded her head, and from the corner of her eyes, she saw Qin Feng raise his palm to slap her thigh again. She hurriedly shook her head and said, "Big brother Qiao Feng, you must win tonight and kill that bastard Zilong." Qin Feng's heart softened. His forceful slap turned into a gentle caress on Ren Xiao Yao's thigh. Ren Xiao Yao was so angry that her lips twitched. She would rather have been slapped by Qin Feng. "The hero alliance I'm talking about is a sect that I built myself. Are you willing to join?" Qin Feng returned to the topic at hand. Ren Xiao Yao had actually been worried about the life and death duel. She had acted so silly just now, but it was all an act. She wanted Qin Feng to relax. "Oh, okay. I'll join." Ren Xiao Yao did not think too much and agreed instinctively. A phoenix cry sounded in Qin Feng's mind. Ren Xiao Yao was now a stage 7 inner chi martial artist. Her bronze name had appeared on the phoenix ranking. Including Ren Xiao Yao, Qin Feng had recruited a total of 8 stage 6 inner chi disciples. He only needed 2 more to complete the second mission of sect founder. As the red Ferrari drove further and further away, the surrounding scenery changed from a lively and bustling city to a desolate and desolate place. Broken Cliff Mountain was located on a barren mountain in the western district of the provincial capital. The mountain was spectacular. It was probably caused by the earthquake that split the mountain into 2 halves. From the outside, it looked as dangerous as a broken cliff. That was why everyone called it Broken Cliff Mountain. The Ferrari was already on the mountain road, and the sound of gears clanking could be heard. Ren Xiao Yao did not feel the pinch as if the car was worthless. The closer she got to the bottom of the cliff, the more nervous she became. Ren Xiao Yao did not know what her relationship with Qin Feng was. She could not say that she liked Qin Feng completely, but there would always be an ambiguous relationship when she was with Qin Feng. Moreover, Ren Xiaoyao did not hate Qin Feng, especially when Qin Feng helped St. Medic Hall win the championship not long ago. This made Ren Xiaoyao sincerely grateful to Qin Feng. She did not want Qin Feng to die because she would be very sad. After all, Ren Xiaoyao's family background was obvious. She had no close friends in her life, and Qin Feng was one of them. Screech! There was an ear-piercing sound of brakes. On this bumpy mountain road, Ren Xiaoyao actually drifted to a stop. When they returned, the Ferrari would not be far from being scrapped. This is Broken Cliff Mountain. Qin Feng had already gotten out of the car. He looked up at the towering cliffs of the mountain. It was his first time here. I'll go with you. Ren Xiaoyao walked to Qin Feng's side and, unusually, took the initiative to hold Qin Feng's arm. Seeing Ren Xiaoyao's serious expression, Qin Feng refrained from joking. The current atmosphere was not suitable for joking. Forget it. Wait for me at the bottom of the mountain. If I don't go down after 9 o'clock, you can go back by yourself. It's not safe for a girl to be alone at night. Qin Feng looked at the dark sky at a 45-degree angle. In reality, he could not see anything. He put on a righteous and elegant expression. Coupled with his vague and warm words of love, he almost captured Ren Xiaoyao's heart. However, he was still a step away. Suddenly, an impatient roar came from behind them. Hey, are you two crazy? Coming to Broken Cliff Mountain at night? Hurry up and move aside. Don't block me from watching tonight's unprecedented battle. It's about to start and there's no replay. Qin Feng and Ren Xiaoyao turned around and almost flipped over. Behind the two of them, there were hundreds of people queuing up, all heading towards Broken Cliff Mountain. Brothers, what unprecedented battle are you guys going to watch? Qin Feng grabbed a random person and asked, Don't you know? China's Purple Dragon. Senior Su Xiaotian is going to torture an idiot called Qiao Feng. As soon as this person finished speaking, the people around him also started to make noise. I heard that Qiao Feng is a new member of the Dragon Sect. Because he offended Senior Purple Dragon, he was given a death invitation. He's courting death. TSK, if you don't understand, then don't speak blindly. I have acquaintances in the Dragon's Gate. That Qiao Feng clearly snatched Senior Zilong's woman and was discovered by Zilong. In a fit of rage, Senior Z long issued a death invitation. He even dared to play with Senior Purple Dragon's woman. Is he a pig? Why did I hear that he slept with Purple Dragon's daughter? You idiot! Senior Purple Dragon doesn't have a daughter. He's not even married yet. So what? She's an illegitimate daughter. Hundreds of people were chattering and quarreling incessantly. The scene was quite spectacular. Qin Feng was so close to slapping all of them off the mountain. Ren Xiaoyao was speechless. She looked at Qin Feng stupidly and didn't know what to say. Qiao Feng, you must live. Suddenly, a beautiful figure walked out of the crowd. It was Lu Bingbing. Behind Lu Bingbing, the members of the Huang group followed. Big Brother Qiao, you must win. Zhang Yi also walked over. He didn't say much and didn't even flatter Qiao Feng. Big Brother Qiao, the members of the Huang group support you. Even if you can't win, you must stay alive. Brothers and sisters, we await Big Brother's return. The members of the Huang group cheered in unison. Though they hadn't known Qin Feng for long, they liked his forthright personality. Compared to Lu Yinyin and Lei Ming, they favored Qiao Feng more. Just as the members of the Huang group expressed their thoughts, a tall and sturdy figure ran over like a small moving mountain. Oh my God! Big Brother Qiao, you scared me to death. I just heard that there's an idiot, no, a hero who wants to fight with Senior Purple Dragon. So it's you, Big Brother. The person who came was Lu Jie. He was still energetic and carefree. Qiao Shi also came behind Lu Jie. Qiao Shi was dressed beautifully tonight. Qin Feng bought her new clothes online after he burned down Qiao Shi's house. She wore a white fur coat, a black short skirt and colorful socks. She looked very youthful and charming, and she exuded an air of nobility. Qiao Shi also wore light makeup. This was the first time Qin Feng saw Qiao Shi wearing makeup since they knew each other. "Teacher, Qiao Feng." Qiao Shi walked to Qin Feng's side and looked up at him. Her beautiful eyes were filled with worry. Every time Qin Feng saw Qiao Shi, he would be as calm as still water. It was as if he wasn't affected by the outside world and had reached a state of no distracting thoughts. Chapter 820. Shi, long time no see. You've become more and more beautiful. Qin Feng suddenly forgot about the competition and looked at Qiao Shi with a bright smile. Qiao Shi blushed, but she quickly regained her composure and looked at Qin Feng worriedly with knitted brows. Qin Feng reached out his hand and placed it on Qiao Shi's forehead. He gently smoothed out her furrowed brows. Qiao Shi's body trembled. She had rarely been this intimate with a man. However, Qiao Shi did not resist. "Don't frown. You won't look good if you frown." Qin Feng's voice was gentle. "Yes, Lu Jie and I will represent all the medical college students and wait for Professor Qiao Feng to come back and teach us." Qiao Shi's voice was as clear as water. Many people came tonight. Qin Feng didn't know most of them, but he did know a lot of them. The 4 young masters of the provincial capital were here, and so were the descendants of the 5 small clans. Chang Xian, Yun Xiao, Yun Zhe, and Yun Tiankong were here. Zhang Kuku and Dong Fangqing Shui were also here. The women of Acropolis City did not know about this. Qin Feng purposely did not tell them because he did not want them to worry. However, Qin Feng did not see Yan Wushuang. He had no idea why she was absent. The crowd who had been talking about Qin Feng quieted down. Only now did they realize that the young boy in front of them was the one who would be fighting Zilong tonight, making them even more pessimistic about Qin Feng's chances. Those who knew Qin Feng retreated to the side after greeting him, leaving the last bit of time for Qin Feng's women. Yun Xiao and Lu Bingbing held Qin Feng's arms. Lu Bingbing, in particular, was no longer in the mood to be jealous. "Qin Feng, I've prepared dinner at the Yun residence. No matter how late it is, I'll wait for you to have dinner with me." Yun Zhao's voice was choked with sobs. Lu Bingbing raised her head proudly, afraid that tears would fall from her eyes. Qin Feng did not want to make the atmosphere gloomy. He smiled and hugged the 2 girls in his arms. He kissed their foreheads and said, "Hee, Professor Yun Zhao's cooking is the best. I'll bring Bing Bing to the Yun residence for dinner." As soon as he finished speaking, Qin Feng had already turned into a black shadow and quickly disappeared from everyone's sight. Qin Feng sprinted towards the peak of Broken Cliff Mountain as fast as he could, because he saw Su Sayoshin already standing on the peak. Qin Feng suppressed the anger in his heart. He was deeply aware of the importance of strength. What right did Su Xiaotian have to make his friends and family so worried about him just because he issued a death invitation? Qin Feng wasn't convinced. He wanted to bully Su Xiaotian and let him know that he wasn't someone to be trifled with. "You're here." Su Xiaotian's emotionless voice drifted into Qin Feng's ears. "Rumble." Without slowing down, Qin Feng leaped up and sent a punch towards Su Sayoshin's head. The supreme thunder tiger fists were mighty and powerful. With Qin Feng's stage 9 inner qi, they became even more powerful and domineering. The roars of thunder and a ferocious tiger resounded in the air. Qin Feng didn't waste any time and started fighting. "What's that sound? Is it going to rain? Are you blind?" "That's Qiao Feng rushing up the mountain and fighting with Senior Zilong. How is that possible?" The brat was still standing at the waist of the mountain. "It hasn't even been a minute. How did he get to the foot of the mountain?" "What a powerful aura. Even from 100 meters away, I can feel the pressure. This child Qiao Feng can't be underestimated." "Can't be underestimated?" He's practically one of the strongest people in China. That brat must have broken through to stage 9 inner chi. Without any warning, the battle on Broken Cliff Mountain began. The martial artists from the secular world and the martial artists from outside the martial arts world were shocked. Their voices rose and fell in waves. Most of them were here to witness Zilong's strength, so no one cared about Xiao Feng's existence. However, Xiao Feng's attack shocked everyone. He was a stage 9 inner chi expert at such a young age. Qin Feng's family and friends gathered together. Lu Bingbing and Yun Xiao stood at the front, while Rin Xiaoyao, Qiao Shi, Zhang Kuku, and the other women who had flirted with Qin Feng stood at the back. They were not as excited as the others. Instead, they stood quietly and prayed for Qin Feng in their hearts. The sky was too dark, and Qin Feng and Zilong were too fast. Even though many people wore binoculars, they couldn't see the entire battle clearly. Rumble! Another clap of thunder sounded out from the mountain, causing the valley to tremble. There were even gravel falling down from the mountain. Qin Feng threw 2 punches at Su Xiaotian, exerting all the force of his stage 9 inner chi. The weather changed, and the originally clear night sky became covered with dark clouds. Qin Feng didn't expect that he could unleash such a powerful aura after breaking through to stage 9 inner chi. 2 ferocious tigers pounced at Su Xiaotian as if they were going to swallow him whole. Su Xiaotian stood with his hands clasped behind his back, wearing a black robe. He stared at Qin Feng with a piercing gaze. When he saw the change in Qin Feng's aura, a trace of astonishment flashed across Su Xiaotian's eyes. He didn't expect Qin Feng to break through so quickly. However, Su Xiaotian's expression was as calm as ever. He didn't even frown when he saw the ferocious tigers charging at him. Suddenly, Su Xiaotian struck with his palm. The strike was gentle and slow. In Qin Feng's eyes, it looked like a grandpa practicing Tai Chi in the park. But in the next moment, Qin Feng changed his mind. Rumble! A loud sound rang out, and Qin Feng's ferocious tiger fist suddenly dissipated, as if it had never appeared. Another powerful and explosive force rushed towards Qin Feng, and without giving him any time to react, it sent him flying. Uft! Qin Feng spat out a few mouthfuls of blood in midair and fell heavily to the ground. If it wasn't for the sacred azure battle armor, Qin Feng felt that he would have been crippled by Su Xiaotian's simple strike. Master, are you all right? Shimin Chui Shui and Ouyang Feng's anxious voices echoed in Qin Feng's mind. Qin Feng quickly took out a bottle of healing pills, opened the cap, and poured the entire bottle into his mouth as if he was chewing gum. Shimin Chui Shui, tell me about the stage 9 inner chi. Why is there such a huge gap between me and Su Xiaotian when we're both stage 9 inner chi? Qin Feng had been wondering about this for a long time. Master, the realm of stage 9 inner chi is the preparation for breaking through to the true chi stage. Therefore, there are 4 minor realms in stage 9 inner chi: early stage, intermediate stage, advanced stage, and peak stage. Don't underestimate these 4 minor realms. In fact, the strength of each minor realm will increase exponentially. It's even more terrifying than breaking through from stage 8 inner chi to stage 9 inner chi. Master, you've just broken through to the early stage of stage 9 inner chi, and with the help of various spiritual weapons and powerful skills, you can fight against a stage 9 inner chi expert in the intermediate stage. However, Su Xiaotian is at the peak of stage 9 inner chi, and Master is 3 minor realms weaker than him. Shimin Chui Shui spoke quickly, and his voice was cold. Ouyang Feng and Ouyang Feng stood at the side, holding back their anger. Both of them wanted to help their master beat Su Xiaotian up, but Qin Feng could only rely on his own strength in this death match. You're always surprising me. I can't believe I didn't kill you with one strike. It seems like you're hiding a lot of secrets. Su Xiaotian leaped to Qin Feng's side as soon as Shimin Chui Shui finished explaining the strength of Stage 9 inner Qi. The palm strike, just now, seemed ordinary, but Su Xiaotian used 70% of his strength. He thought Xiao Feng would die in one strike, but Xiao Feng survived. A bottle of healing pills was taking effect in Qin Feng's body, and his chaotic breathing quickly returned to normal. Under Su Xiaotian's shocked gaze, Qin Feng slowly stood up. He had to go all out in this battle, or he would really die here. Don't worry. I won't die before I defeat you. Huh. Then show me all you've got. Let me see if you're good enough. Su Xiaotian didn't expect Qin Feng to be able to stand and talk after taking a strike from him. It was an insult to him. He suddenly roared and reached out to attack Qin Feng. The wind from his palms struck down like lightning, piercing through the air in front of Qin Feng. In the blink of an eye, Su Xiaotian's skinny palm landed on Qin Feng's chest. Qin Feng resisted the pressure and punched. The Thunder Tiger fist broke through Su Xiaotian's attack, but Su Xiaotian didn't back down. His palm turned into a claw, and a dragon's roar sounded as he grabbed Qin Feng's fist. Bang! With a loud bang, the winter iron glove on Qin Feng's right hand suddenly shattered. It was an orange quality glove, but it couldn't even withstand a single blow from Su Xiaotian. Qin Feng and Su Xiaotian were stunned. Qin Feng quickly retracted his arm. Su Xiaotian was slightly stunned and let Qin Feng break free. He thought he could crush Qin Feng's entire right arm, but Qin Feng's arm was completely fine. Interesting. You're really interesting. I'm not playing with you anymore. This time, Su Xiaotian was completely enraged. The dragon's roar sounded again, and he swung his claw. Numerous white rays shot towards Qin Feng's chest. Clang! Su Xiaotian's claws were like 10 sharp blades. They hit Qin Feng's armor, and the sound of metal clashing rang out. Brat, so you're wearing a defensive armor. No wonder. I want to see how tough your armor is. Su Xiaotian understood. His palms turned into claws and slammed towards Qin Feng. This invincible dragon's claw was Su Xiaotian's ultimate skill. As long as he wanted to control an enemy, no one could escape from his dragon's claw. Bang, 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 bang. Explosions sounded in the surroundings. Qin Feng could feel the power of the invincible dragon's claw. It was as if he was surrounded by an airtight claw attack. Qin Feng couldn't even find a way out. The claw slammed into the sacred azure battle armor. Although the battle armor protected Qin Feng's skin from being scratched, the claw contained powerful inner qi. This inner qi caused Qin Feng's qi and blood to churn, and he couldn't help but spit out 3 mouthfuls of blood. Master, you can't escape from Su Xiaotian. Fight him head-on. The berserk demon pill's medicinal effect has started to spread in Master's body. Master, circulate your inner qi and attack with full force to speed up the berserk demon pill's effect. Shimin Chui Shui and Ouyang Feng were extremely anxious in the system. They would advise Qin Feng from time to time. Qin Feng also realized that he had no room to dodge. Even with the white cloud boots, he couldn't avoid Su Xiaotian's dragon's claw. The battle had just begun, but Qin Feng already felt the pressure. His winter iron glove was broken, and he suffered internal injuries. However, he couldn't even touch a hair on Su Xiaotian's head. Crackle, crackle! Qin Feng bellowed out the anger in his heart. Claw attacks rained down from the sky as he leaped towards Su Xiaotian's head. The spirit snake whip glowed with an orange light as it swung down from the sky. The afterimages of the whip lashed out like a tsunami. Ever since Qin Feng broke through to Stage 9 inner qi, he realized that these spiritual weapons could unleash more power. Humph! You sure have a lot of treasures on you. Once I kill you, they'll all be mine. Su Xiaotian's eyes were fixed on the spirit snake whip in Qin Feng's hand. Despite facing Qin Feng's powerful phantom whip, Su Xiaotian didn't seem to care at all. When the whip was about to land on him, Su Xiaotian swung his hand and soared into the sky with an earth-shattering momentum. Chapter 8:21. Rumble, rumble. Loud noises resounded in the sky. In the eyes of the onlookers, there were dozens of flashes of white light. The overlapping and powerful whip shadows instantly dissipated in Su Xiaotian's palm wind, like a layer of huge waves falling into the sea, and in the end, it was devoured silently. Qin Feng was slightly startled. It was also in this moment of absent-mindedness that his body flew backwards. He fell from the top of the cliff to the top of the opposite mountain. Holy shit! Qiao Feng was sent flying. That's not called flying, it's called soaring. He directly flew from the top of the southern cliff to the top of the northern cliff. Sigh. Young man, your strength is not bad. What a pity, what a pity. Otherwise, if you join our carefree sect, you will definitely become the #1 figure in the Jianghu in 5 years. The battle had not yet ended, but the spectators on the mountainside were already discussing it. It wasn't that Qin Feng was a noob, but the fact that he was able to step into the early stage of Stage 9 inner Qi at such a young age made him a peerless prodigy. Unfortunately, his opponent this time was the Purple Dragon of China, Su Xiaotian. No one believed that a young boy could defeat the Purple Dragon. If that happened, where would the dignity of the 9 dragons of Huasha be? Where was the dignity of the Chinese government? When Lu Bingbing and the other women saw Qin Feng being sent flying, their hearts were in their throats. Lu Bingbing and Rin Xiaoyao's palms were covered in a layer of cold sweat. They frowned and gritted their teeth, ready to rush forward to help at any moment. Bang! Qin Feng didn't know how long he floated, but he finally landed. This fall created a huge commotion, and Qin Feng smashed a hole in the ground. Is this all you've got? That's really disappointing. As soon as Qin Feng landed, Su Xiaotian followed suit. He looked at Qin Feng condescendingly. From the beginning to the end, Su Xiaotian had never taken Qiao Feng seriously. Back in the soaring cloud mansion, if not for Ouyang Feng's sudden appearance, Zilong would have crippled Qin Fen. Su Xiaoshan hadn't shown his true strength during the celebration banquet for capturing the William family's mission. His goal was to confuse Qiao Feng. Su Xiaotian was merciless in tonight's battle at Broken Cliff Mountain. He wanted to let Qiao Feng know the consequences of offending him. At the same time, it was also a warning to the rest. He wanted to let the martial artists of the secular world and the outer world know that the 9 dragons of China were not to be provoked. Why were there so many warriors from the Wulin and the secular world? The news was spread by Zilong's men after Qin Feng landed. He took out a bottle of inner yuan pills and poured them into his mouth. He didn't bring anything today, just a body full of pills. Su Xiaotian had already lifted his right leg and was hovering above Qin Feng's chest. The smile on his face was ferocious and full of mockery. Tell me, do you think I'll be able to stomp you to death this time? Su Xiaotian's foot was already on the ground. A violent air current surged under his foot. I think it's more likely that your soles were pierced through. With a flash of purple light, Qin Feng's silhouette flickered. He forced himself to take a deep breath, grabbed the blood-red drinker blade in his hand, and directly stabbed the sole of Zilong's shoe. Su Xiaotian didn't care about the bloodthirsty dagger at all. Did a lousy dagger think it could hurt him? How naive was this child? Uft! The subtle sound of skin being cut suddenly spread, and the playful smile on Su Xiaotian's face froze. Su Xiaotian felt a slight prickling pain from the sole of his foot. A warm current spurted out, and bright red blood splattered on the ground. Even Su Xiaotian himself had almost forgotten how long it had been since he shed blood. Uft! While Su Xiaotian was in a daze, Qin Feng raised his hand, and the blood drinker blade once again cut the skin on Su Xiaotian's calf. The blood drinker blade was a purple-grade spiritual weapon, and it was even sharper than the Spiritrush sword. It could cut through iron like mud and crush stones into powder. However, Qin Feng made 2 cuts on Su Xiaotian's body, but he only managed to cut his skin. He didn't even hurt his muscles or bones. Rumble! A loud sound exploded from Su Xiaotian's body, and a violent burst of inner qi surged out in all directions. Su Xiaotian roared like a mad beast and kicked Qin Feng into the air. "You actually hurt me? Trash, like you isn't fit to hurt me." Su Xiaotian was too arrogant. As one of the 9 dragons of China, he couldn't tolerate a junior making him bleed. Su Xiaotian leaped into the air, and his palms turned into claws as he slashed at Qin Feng's body. Clang! 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 The ear-piercing sound of metal kept ringing, and Qin Feng's body rumbled violently. He felt like he was going to spit out all his organs at any time. Being in the air, Qin Feng had no room to dodge or counterattack. He could only watch as Su Xiaotian beat him from midair to a higher altitude and stomped him all the way to the ground. Rumble! Suddenly, a loud explosion came from Qin Feng's body, and Little Pig's anxious voice sounded in his mind. "Master, the sacred azure battle armor is about to crack." Qin Feng was shocked. He didn't expect a blue-grade battle armor to crack. The strength of a stage 9 inner qi expert was indeed extraordinary. Qin Feng remembered that he was still wearing the white-grade flying dragon armor during the battle at the Amethyst Dragon Palace. Later on, it was Uncle Ghost who broke it. "Master, hurry up and get rid of Su Xiaotian." Shimin Chueshue and Ouyang Feng were also very anxious. Qin Feng was able to withstand Su Xiaotian's attack for so long because of the sacred azure battle armor's powerful defense. If the battle armor was completely broken, Qin Feng would be vulnerable. One should know that Qin Feng and Su Xiaotian were 3 ranks apart, and Qin Feng was challenging an enemy 3 ranks higher than him. Bang! Bang! Su Xiaotian's attacks became more powerful, and the explosions on Qin Feng's body became more intense. Cracks appeared on the sacred azure battle armor before Qin Feng's eyes. Every time Su Xiaotian's attack landed, the cracks would spread all over his body. It was as if the armor would explode at any time. Rumble! Suddenly, a loud explosion sounded like a muffled thunder. The top of the cliff shook violently. Broken rocks rolled down the cliff like raindrops, scaring the martial artists on the mountainside into hiding. Even Su Xiaotian was shocked by the loud explosion because it wasn't caused by his attack. It was the sound of Qin Feng's sacred azure battle armor exploding. Go to hell, brat! To prevent Qin Feng from playing dirty, Su Xiaotian didn't dare to get close to Qin Feng. He launched a palm strike and sent Qin Feng crashing into the cliff between the 2 peaks. The broken pieces of the sacred azure battle armor fell into the cliff, and Qin Feng's body flew down the cliff. Gasps of shock came from the mountainside. Everyone saw Qiao Feng being smashed into the cliff. No one thought Qiao Feng could survive after falling from such a high cliff. 2 drops of tears rolled down from the corner of Lu Bingbing's eyes. In the next second, she dashed toward the top of the cliff. Lu Jie was a second slower than Lu Bingbing. When he regained his senses, he also dashed toward the top of the cliff. Rin Xiaoyao, Qiao Shi, Zhang Ye, and the rest of the Huang group followed. Yun Zhe was dragging his sister, so his speed was much slower. Zhang Kuku and Dong Fangqing Shui were worried, so they held hands and climbed up the mountain. Bang! 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 After some time, another loud noise came from the top of the mountain. Lu Bingbing was the first to reach the top. She pulled out the belt from her waist and slapped Su Xiaotian's face. At this moment, Lu Bingbing didn't care about power. She didn't care if Su Xiaotian was one of the 9 dragons of China or a senior of the dragon sect. In Lu Bingbing's eyes, Su Xiaotian was her husband's murderer. As Qin Feng's woman, she had to avenge her husband. Lu Bingbing swung the belt as tears streamed down her face. She had been dating Qin Feng for so long, but she had never called him her husband. She wanted to say it now, but she didn't have the chance to. "You're no match for me." "Back off," Su Xiaotian didn't care about Lu Bingbing's attack at all. He waved his hand and the whip disappeared. A gust of wind blew at Lu Bingbing, sending her crashing into a boulder at the top of the mountain. Su Xiaotian, you killed my boss. I'll die with you today. As soon as Lu Bingbing landed on the ground, Lu Jie swung the 2-meter-long overlord slash at Su Xiaotian, panting heavily. Before the great sword could land, Lu Jie was sent flying and crashed into the mountain peak on the other side. Ren Xiao Yao appeared in midair. The waning moon's sword drew a half-moon arc with the chi of heaven and earth. The waning moon sword play was so profound that even Qin Feng was shocked. This sword play was comparable to the solitary 9 swords. Surprise flashed in Su Xiaotian's eyes. Unfortunately, Ren Xiaoyao's strength was too weak compared to Su Xiaotian's. The moment the sword chi enveloped Su Xiaotian, it disappeared. Back off, all of you. Are you trying to rebel? Su Xiaotian bellowed, sending Little Demon, who was in midair, crashing to the ground. Before the members of the Dragon Sex Huang group could help Lu Bingbing, they stood rooted to the ground. Su Xiaotian, I'm going to kill you. Lu Bingbing panted and wiped the blood off the corner of her mouth. She grabbed her belt and pounced at Su Xiaotian again. Impatience flashed in Su Xiaotian's eyes. He waved his hand and Lu Bingbing fell into the cliff like a kite with a broken string. The mountain peak was filled with people. The surroundings fell into silence. These people all had different expressions on their faces. The third young master of the capital was secretly delighted at Xiao Feng's death. Some of the elders of the outer pugilistic world were feeling sorry for Xiao Feng's death. Rin Xiaoyao, Yun Xiao, and the others had already had their souls extracted. They were dumbly expressionless. This was the prestige of the 9 dragons of China. Su Xiaotian was only the weakest among them. Su Xiaotian's strength shocked everyone. No one dared to challenge him anymore. The battle was over. Xiao Feng was dead. Su Xiaotian started to walk down the mountain. Bastard Su, tonight is a battle of life and death between you and me. How dare you hurt my woman? I'll make you regret it. An angry roar came from the bottom of the cliff. It was a very familiar voice. Su Xiaotian's expression changed drastically. He stopped abruptly. The crowd looked at the cliff between the 2 cliffs. Yun Xiao, Ren Xiaoyao, and the rest finally got their souls back. Their faces were filled with excitement and joy. Qin Feng wasn't dead. He carried Lu Bingbing to the top of the mountain. A blood-red armor appeared on Qin Feng's body. It was as if the blood of a demonic beast was flowing slowly on the blood demon armor. It emitted a mysterious and breathtaking aura. Qin Feng's eyes were bloodshot, and he looked like an awakened ancient beast. Wherever he looked, everyone lowered their heads nervously, not daring to meet his gaze. However, when he looked at Lu Bingbing, who was in his arms, his bloodshot eyes would quickly return to normal. His gaze was as gentle as water and filled with love. Bingbing, go rest. I'll help you teach that bastard a lesson. Qin Feng helped Lu Bingbing straighten her hair that was messed up by the wind. Lu Bingbing was still in a daze. Lu Bingbing thought that she and Qin Feng were dead. She wanted to hold hands with Qin Feng and cross the bridge of helplessness. They wanted to be lovers in their next lives. In the end, she fell to the bottom of the cliff and was saved by Qin Feng. Lu Bingbing's injuries weren't serious. Plus, Qin Feng fed her an inner energy pill. Color returned to her face. Lu Bingbing hesitated. She tiptoed and quickly kissed Qin Feng's lips. Her voice was as soft as a mosquito. Be careful. If you die, I'll accompany you. Chapter 8:22. Not only did Xiao Feng not die, but he also returned unscathed with a beauty in his arms and changed into a domineering battle armor. Everyone was dumbfounded. They thought he had transmigrated back to this world. You're not dead yet? You really are an unkillable cockroach. Su Xiaotian walked back. Although he looked calm on the surface, he was infuriated. He was the purple dragon of China's 9 dragons, but he couldn't even kill a brat. This was an insult to him. Bing Bing, go rest. Qin Feng kissed Lu Bingbing's forehead and pushed her away. Then he looked at Su Xiaotian unhurriedly. I told you I won't die before I torture you. I was being merciful earlier. Let's see how many more moves you can take from me. Everyone was gathered at the top of the cliff. Su Xiaotian couldn't afford to lose face, so he didn't dare to let Qin Feng continue. He swung his palm at Qin Feng. Boom! A loud explosion sounded. Su Xiaotian didn't hold back and unleashed his full strength as a stage 9 inner qi. Qin Feng felt that the aura in front of him had more than doubled. The entire broken cliff mountain started to shake violently. Wherever Su Xiaotian's feet passed, the ground cracked. Was this the true strength of a stage 9 inner qi? The crowd had already dispersed. Many people jumped onto the opposite cliff to watch. Su Xiaotian was too powerful. Everyone felt pressured when they were near him. In the eyes of the crowd, Qin Feng's eyes turned blood-red again. Coupled with his blood-red battle armor and the dark red dagger in his hand, he looked like a demon that crawled out of hell. Su Xiaotian's attack was inches away. It was as if his fist was stuck to the tip of Qin Feng's nose. However, Qin Feng didn't move an inch. There was no fear or worry on his face. Uft! The sound of skin tearing echoed. Qin Feng was as fast as lightning. Even Su Xiaotian couldn't dodge in time. The bloodthirst blade instantly cut open a huge wound on his arm. His blood splattered on the bloodthirsty blade. The blade was like a hungry beast, absorbing Su Xiaotian's blood in an instant. The glow on the blade became even more dazzling, as though it had a consciousness of its own, turning into a spiritual divine weapon. How can you be so fast? Did you break through again? Impossible. This is absolutely impossible. Su Xiaotian ignored his bleeding arm and stared at Qin Feng with widened eyes. Qin Feng's aura was still at the early stage of stage 9 inner qi, but there was a hint of savagery to it. The violent demon pill in Qin Feng's body had been completely activated, and Qin Feng had entered a berserk state. At the same time, he had also activated the berserk attribute demon core in his body. Now he had put on the blood demon armor and activated the pure spirit blood of a demon beast. With these 3 effects, Qin Feng's current strength was something that even he himself could not grasp. Invincible dragon claw. Su Xiaotian bellowed, and a dragon's roar reverberated in the air. He immediately used his sure kill technique. His claws turned into sharp blades as he frantically clawed at Qin Feng. Special Thunder Tiger Fist. Rumble. A claw and a fist collided fiercely. Qin Feng didn't have the winter iron glove, but this punch was more powerful and overbearing than before. Explosions rang in the air, and the ground beneath their feet started to crack. The peak of the cliff was cracked, and large rocks rolled down the cliff. The cliff looked like it was going to collapse at any moment. After the punch, Qin Feng's body uncontrollably retreated a few steps. He only managed to stabilize his footing when he was hanging on the edge of the cliff. Gasps came from the crowd because the purple dragon, Su Xiaotian, was sent flying. His body drew a beautiful arc in the air before crashing heavily onto the ground. Su Xiaotian? Xiao Feng sent him flying? Bang! Su Xiaotian's body sank into the ground. Before he could get up, Qin Feng's sturdy figure was already hovering above his head. A long orange whip lashed at Su Xiaotian's body, like a cannonball. The whip struck Su Xiaotian's body in a rhythmic manner. Remember, this is the consequence of offending my Qiao Feng's woman. Qin Feng roared as he waved his whip in the air. Su Xiaotian's black robe was torn and tattered. Dozens of bright red whip shadows fell from his body. Some of the shadows landed on the ground beside him, stirring up a cloud of dust and gravel. It felt like the momentum of a machine gun's bullets sweeping across. Brat, you're courting death. Being whipped by Qin Feng like a beast in front of everyone, Su Xiaotian was so angry that his lungs were about to explode. Leaping up, Su Xiaotian's body exploded. His black robe was blasted into pieces, revealing a white singlet underneath. Su Xiaotian's black robe turned out to be a long knife. When the long knife was unsheathed, it instantly drew dozens of light shadows in the air. Bang, bang, bang. The spirit snake whip in Qin Feng's hand turned into the spirit rush sword. The long sword danced and sword qi whistled. The sword qi clashed in the air, creating another earth-shattering sound. The cliff, which was already on the verge of collapse, shattered. Both of them fell along the huge rocks and only stopped when they reached the waist of the mountain. Su Xiaotian died. Qin Feng's eyes turned blood red like burning flames. The berserk demon pill's medicinal effect was fully activated. Qin Feng flew towards Su Xiaotian with his sword. His blood demon armor was like a fireball whistling in the wind. Swish, swish, swish. Before Qin Feng's figure arrived, there were already dozens of wind-breaking sounds in the air. The wind blades shocked Su Xiaotian. Could it be that Xiao Feng had broken through to the true qi stage? Otherwise, how could he kill people with qi condensation? Even Su Xiaotian couldn't use this move now. But soon, Su Xiaotian realized that something was wrong. The wind blades seemed powerful and magical, but when they landed on him, they didn't have much effect. At most, they would cut his skin. To a powerhouse like Su Xiaotian, a superficial wound was no different from a non-existent injury. Sky-splitting slash. Su Xiaotian withstood the wind blades and leaped into the air. The sky-splitting slash in his hand shone with an orange light. It was an orange-grade spiritual equipment. The slash seemed to carry the aura of splitting the sky. Qin Feng had already leaped into the air. The spirit rush sword in his hand danced rapidly, instantly forming a series of afterimages. Solitary 9 swords. One slash was domineering and one slash was mysterious. The huge blade aura sent Qin Feng flying. Without the sacred azure battle armor, the blood demon armor's defense was much weaker. Qin Feng fell to the ground and spat out a few mouthfuls of blood. A playful smile appeared on Su Xiaotian's face. Just as he was about to give chase with his broadsword in hand, the sword aura in the air suddenly changed and became extremely strange. There was no time to react at all. Several sword auras cut through Su Xiaotian's body and even cut a large wound on his face. Xiao Feng, if I don't kill you today, I'll be one of the 9 dragons of China in vain. The power of the solitary 9 swords injured Su Xiaotian once again. He went from being unscathed to being battered and exhausted. Su Xiaotian was originally a dignified king who stood on the altar, but now he was on the same level as Xiao Feng. How could he accept this reality? The berserk saber qi attacked again. Qin Feng had just sat up when he hurriedly sent out several fireballs. The dark mountainside became faintly discernible. Wherever the destructive fire went, the temperature of the surroundings skyrocketed. Su Xiaotian's expression changed drastically. He hurriedly swung his sword at the fireballs. The instant the sky-opening slash came into contact with the destructive fire, it melted into a mist and dissipated. Su Xiaotian stared at his empty hands, dumbfounded. That was an orange-grade spiritual energy sword. How could it be melted so easily? Rumble. The destructive fire didn't dissipate. Qin Feng's strength skyrocketed, and the flames he sent out were several times stronger. The raging beast flames instantly surrounded Su Xiaotian, burning him into a ball of fire. That brat is a fire elemental demonic cultivator. He's a peerless cultivation genius that only appears once in 100 years. Did he just defeat Zilong? Am I seeing things? Seeing Su Xiaotian in a sea of fire and unable to be seen, the crowd on the opposite side of the cliff was in an uproar. Lu Bingbing and the others finally heaved a sigh of relief. However, they were also stunned by the sudden reversal of the situation. Roar! Suddenly, A furious roar came from the flames. It was Su Xiaoyan's voice. He didn't turn to ashes, even though he was surrounded by the destructive fire. An invisible yet tangible air barrier protected Su Xiaotian, rendering the destructive fire useless. The flames suddenly exploded, scattering everywhere like a meteor shower. The crowd on the opposite side of the mountain cried out in shock. A ball of fire was flying toward their heads. "Come back!" Qin Feng hurriedly got up and leaped onto the cliff. The destructive fire seemed to understand Qin Feng's words and disappeared. "Xiao Feng, I'd like to see how thick your skin is." Just as he retracted the destructive fire, Su Xiaotian's hands turned into sharp claws and pounced at him. Rolling inner qi gathered on his 10 fingers. It was as if he could dig through the aura of the cliff with a single claw. Qin Feng's expression changed drastically. He could already feel death approaching. Sizzle! A strange sound spread. Su Xiaotian had just emerged from the scorching, destructive fire. Suddenly, he felt the temperature around him plummet. Layers of solid ice appeared in front of Qin Feng. The ice was indestructible, like layers of thick walls, blocking Su Xiaotian outside. When the sharp claws landed on the ice, a loud crashing sound could be heard. The spectators were in an uproar again. Not long ago, they discovered that Qin Feng was a demonic cultivator. Now, they discovered that he was a rare dual elemental demonic cultivator, ice in one hand and fire in the other. This was the realm that many demonic cultivators yearned for. Did this young man achieve it? "You're actually a dual elemental demonic cultivator? I've underestimated you." Su Xiaotian was shocked. He felt that Qin Feng was toying with him. First, he conserved his strength. Then he retaliated. Su Xiaotian couldn't afford to lose face like this. He already regretted spreading the news of the death match. He wanted everyone to witness his glorious history of acting tough. In the end, he became someone else's pretentious cannon fodder. Su Xiaotian even suspected that he was dreaming. He was the purple dragon of China's 9 dragons. How could a random person come out of nowhere and beat him? Ouyang Feng beat him up, and even Chao Feng rendered him helpless. Bang, 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 bang. The loud noises were endless. The extreme ice in front of Qin Feng was shattered by Su Xiaotian again and again. However, a new layer of extreme ice appeared. Su Xiaotian had lost his patience. His profound, invincible dragon claw became messy and messy, turning into a series of claw and hammer attacks. Qin Feng's eyes were like torches, red like fire. The benefit of the violent demon pill was that it could make a demonic cultivator enter a berserk state while maintaining their sanity. Boom! The layers of extreme ice were finally shattered. Su Xiaotian was driven mad. His hair was messy, his clothes were tattered, and his claws were covered in blood. He roared at the sky and pounced at Qin Feng. Buzz! Qin Feng was the one who made polar ice disappear because he saw the opportunity. While Su Xiaotian was in a mess, Qin Feng's Chongling sword shone with orange light. He slashed down lightly and merged the essence of the solitary 9 swords into it. This slash seemed to cut the air, dividing the area into 2. The center of the division was the line between Su Xiaotian's brows. Bang, 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 bang. Explosions spread out on Su Xiaotian's body. Su Xiaotian, who had lost his mind, didn't notice Qin Feng's sword qi. The sword qi was too fast. When Su Xiaotian came to his senses, his clothes and flesh had all exploded. Su Xiaotian reacted at the moment of life and death. After all, he was one of the 9 dragons of China and was at the peak of stage 9 inner qi. Su Xiaotian used his dense inner qi to protect his body. He looked at the sword wounds all over his body, and blood kept flowing. Chapter 823. The sword qi was sharp and intertwined. The explosions on the purple dragon's body lasted for more than a minute. The onlookers were all dumbfounded. The handsome and aloof purple dragon from China was long gone. What was left was a horrifying old monster with tattered clothes that couldn't even cover his body. Su Sayoshin looked like a monster at this moment. Not only was his body covered in blood, but his twisted old face and bulging eyes were even more terrifying. Qin Feng was still brandishing the sword in his hand. His speed was getting faster and faster. The sword Qi surged and swept toward Su Sayoshin with the momentum of splitting a mountain. Su Sayoshin's face turned pale. He was on the verge of collapsing. An airflow barrier appeared in front of him, blocking Qin Feng's sword Qi attack. Su Sayoshin looked at Qiao Feng's blood-red eyes. Recalling Qiao Feng's sudden increase in strength, Su Sayoshin instantly understood that this kid had eaten a violent demon pill. A single berserk demon pill could make Qiao Feng so powerful? Su Sayoshin still couldn't figure it out, but it didn't matter anymore. Qiao Feng, do you know why Yan Wushuang didn't come? Su Sayoshin suddenly laughed. Qin Feng didn't see Yan Wushuang around. He had a bad feeling when he heard Su Sayoshin mention Yan Wushuang. Haha, because she came to me before we started the battle. Su Sayoshin sensed Qin Feng's sword Qi suddenly became chaotic and his momentum weakened. He continued, "Do you know why she came to me?" The smile on Su Sayoshin's face grew wider, but Qin Feng's heart was in a mess. The solitary 9 swords was in a mess. The originally vast and sharp sword Qi had lost its killing intent. Qin Feng didn't dare to ask, but Su Sayoshin answered without asking. "Because Yan Wushuang was afraid that you would die by my sword tonight. She came to me before the battle. Unfortunately, I didn't promise her that I would spare your life." Qin Feng's palms were drenched in cold sweat. He seemed to have guessed what Su Sayoshin was going to say next. Do you want to know the result? That woman didn't want to leave. She said she wanted to challenge me, so I had to fulfill her wish. Don't worry, she didn't suffer when she died because my sword was fast and I left her body intact. Rumble. Before Su Xiaoyan's laughter died away, a loud explosion came from the void. It was the sound of Qin Feng's body exploding. "Master, quickly suppress your qi and blood." "Master, don't listen to Su Xiaoyan's nonsense. He's probably trying to provoke you on purpose. He wants you to go completely crazy." Shimin Chueshui and Ouyang Feng's anxious shouts rang in Qin Feng's mind, but Qin Feng's mind was buzzing and he couldn't hear anything else. Qin Feng was driven mad by the news of Yan Wushuang's death. Although the berserk demon pill could preserve Qin Feng's consciousness, if he was stimulated by the outside world, then the berserk demon state could also devour Qin Feng's consciousness. After all, the pill was not omnipotent, and it also depended on the willpower of the user. Roar! Qin Feng's silhouette stood at the waist of the cliff and roared furiously at the sky. The blood demon armor on his body had already turned black and red. The blood red in his eyes had also begun to dim, like 2 black holes that devoured light. The blood-imbibing knife had also changed, suffusing a strange purple-black color. All these changes foretold that Qin Fin was about to completely descend into madness and lose his last trace of consciousness. "Master, wake up! Master, if you can't control the berserk demon state, you'll become a great demon that can destroy the world." The 2 heroes were hopping with anxiety in the system, especially Ouyang Feng. He was a person who had entered the berserk demon state before, so he knew better than anyone else how evil and terrifying it was. When Ouyang Feng entered the berserk demon state, he killed hundreds of martial arts masters with his bare hands. Because of this, he was feared by everyone and became the Western poison Ouyang Feng. Roar! 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 Qin Feng could no longer hear anything from the outside world. Su Xiaotian's last sentence echoed in his mind. Is Yan Wushuang dead? Qin Feng didn't want her dead. Boom! When the black and red blood demon armor turned completely black, Qin Feng suddenly punched out. The violent airflow seemed to be able to devour the heaven and earth. When the punch landed on the cliff wall, it created a huge hole. Roar! Roar! Qin Feng became a demon with a single thought after the punch landed. His eyes were empty and lifeless, and he punched around aimlessly. Rocks crumbled, and the wind and clouds rose. It was as if doomsday had come. Ha ha! Ha ha ha! As expected, you ate the berserk demon pill. Now that you've entered the berserk demon state, I want you to explode and die. Seeing Qin Feng's current state, Su Xiaotian threw his head back and laughed. He had suspected that Qin Feng had eaten the berserk demon pill, so he purposely said those words to provoke Qin Feng. Now that the plan was going smoothly, everything was under Su Xiaotian's control. This battle of life and death was still Su Xiaotian's home ground. Before his laughter stopped, Qin Feng suddenly turned around and looked at Su Xiaotian. His pair of empty and dark eyes seemed to be able to devour all darkness. It was as if a demon from hell was staring at your soul, making Su Xiaotian's heart tremble. Boom! Without giving Su Xiaotian a chance to react, Qin Feng suddenly threw a punch. This punch could split the sky and earth, distorting the surrounding air. Qin Feng's speed was several times faster than before. It felt like his fist had already landed on Su Xiaotian's body. Bang! Su Xiaotian flew, or rather, he was soaring. Su Xiaotian, who was standing at the waist of the cliff, was sent flying towards the top of the cliff by Qin Feng's punch. Whoosh! Qin Feng tapped the ground with the tip of his foot and shot forward. In a breath's time, he caught up to Su Xiaotian. Su Xiaotian, who was in midair, lost the ability to resist. He couldn't even change the direction of his body. He could only watch as Qin Feng's punch landed on him. Bang! Su Xiaotian's body flew up again. Qin Feng was like an agile monkey as he climbed up the steep cliff. When he reached the same height as Su Xiaotian, he swung his fist at Su Xiaotian. Boom! Rumble! The Thunder Tiger fist landed on Su Xiaotian's body like raindrops. Thunder rumbled at the bottom of the cliff, and the roar of the tiger could not be stopped. Everyone stood on the opposite side of the broken cliff mountain, and they were all shocked speechless. Even if they saw it with their own eyes, they could still accept it. China's purple dragon, Su Xiaotian, was beaten to the point where he couldn't even fight back. How powerful was Qin Feng in the berserk demon state? No one could see it clearly, not even Qin Feng himself. Su Xiaotian's body was beaten up by Qin Feng from the waist of the mountain to the top of the cliff. Qin Feng leaped high into the sky. He was even taller than Su Xiaotian. With one foot on Su Xiaotian's abdomen, he spread his arms and looked like a demon king descending to the world. Boom! Qin Feng suddenly exerted force with the tip of his foot. His body was still floating in midair, but Su Xiaotian, who was under his foot, turned into a cannonball and crashed to the ground. Boom! Another loud bang sounded when Su Xiaotian landed, shaking the entire valley. Su Xiaotian sunk into the ground, creating a pit half a meter deep. Su Xiaotian's face was drained of all color. His body was twitching as blood bubbled up from the corner of his mouth. No one would believe that he was one of the strongest in China's 9 dragons, judging from his pitiful appearance. Thud! Qin Feng landed on the ground. In a flash, he appeared beside Su Xiaotian. Qin Feng's eyes were dark and lifeless. Even his pupils had disappeared. He had lost his mind. In his eyes, there was only Su Xiaotian around him. He seems to have entered the demonic path, the demonic state. This is definitely the state that demonic cultivators yearn for and fear. Su Xiaotian doesn't seem to be able to hold on. This young man really defeated Su Xiaotian. The crowd was in an uproar. Their eyes were filled with shock. Qin Feng raised his right foot and hovered above Su Xiaotian's head. Before his foot landed, a violent aura shot out from the bottom of his foot. Su Xiaotian's eyelids drooped. He didn't even have the strength to run. Stop! An old voice suddenly came from the void. However, Qin Feng turned into a demon with a single thought, so he couldn't hear the voice. Qin Feng's right foot landed as fast as a shooting star. The life of the purple dragon, one of China's 9 dragons, was in Qin Feng's grasp. If he landed his foot on the ground, Su Xiaotian would no longer exist in China. Bang! The sole of his foot landed on the ground, cracking the ground and sending gravel flying. However, his foot did not land on Su Xiaotian. Instead, it landed on the ground beside Su Xiaotian's head. Roar! Qin Feng let out a furious roar, turned around and swung his fist. When the foot landed, a black-robed elder sneakily attacked Qin Feng from behind. The elder wanted to send Qin Feng flying, but he didn't expect Qin Feng to only move his body slightly. Stop! The elder bellowed again, but Qin Feng's fist did not stop. Instead, it sped up and landed on the elder's chest, sending him flying. Xiao Feng, you've turned into a demon. Stop now. After the elder was sent flying, another 11 elders floated out from the void. These 12 elders were the 12 peaks of the dragon sect. The 9 dragons of China were the strongest of the dragon sect. The dragon sect needed Su Xiaotian, but China needed Su Xiaotian more. The 12 peaks had arrived long ago for this death match. They had been hiding in the dark, and when Qin Feng was about to kill Su Xiaotian, they could not help but reveal themselves. Roar! Qin Feng lost his mind in the demonic state. His method was simple and brutal. He would kill anyone who dared to stop him. With a roar, Qin Feng was already in midair. His fists turned into afterimages, shrouding the 3 peaks in an instant. The 3 of them were shocked. They had underestimated Qin Feng's strength. Qin Feng was too powerful in his demonic state. Even the 12 peaks couldn't fight him alone. This kid's bloodthirst is too strong. We need to suppress him. If he's allowed to grow, there will be endless troubles in the future. Someone from the 12 peaks spoke, but no one knew who it was. Set up the formation. Another voice sounded. The 11 of them immediately formed a circle, surrounding Qin Feng. Boom! The air suddenly exploded as someone sent a palm strike at Qin Feng. Qin Feng was about to block it with his fist when another explosion came from behind him. Another person had also launched an attack at him. The 11 of them had a huge advantage in terms of numbers, so they decided to take turns fighting Qin Feng. None of them dared to fight Qin Feng head-on, so they waited for the right opportunity to ambush him. Qin Feng, who had lost his mind, was only powerful, but he was being toyed with by the 11 of them. Just as he was about to attack one of them, he was interrupted by another outsider's attack. Rumble! Rumble! Everyone on the cliff was dumbfounded. They would never have thought that a young Xiao Feng would attract the combined force of the 12 peaks of the Dragon Gate. Su Xiaotian was still lying in the crater. No one cared about him because no one could get away from him. Qin Feng was surrounded by the 11 of them. His body was constantly being hit, and he had no chance to fight back. Shimin Chui Shui and Ouyang Feng were anxious. Suddenly, Ouyang Feng's eyes shone brightly. Brother Chui Shui, guard the system. I'll go help Master. Rumble. Another explosion came from the sky. It was even more powerful than the thunder before. Since Qin Feng had entered the demonic state, his consciousness had disappeared. Therefore, Qin Feng didn't need to release Ouyang Feng. Ouyang Feng broke free from the system by force. Chapter 824. Rumble. Rumble. Ouyang Feng's appearance caused an earth-shattering commotion. The 12 peak elders and the onlookers all looked up. In the distant sky, a black figure moved as fast as lightning. In the blink of an eye, he arrived in front of the crowd from thousands of meters away. Ouyang Feng stood at the top of the opposite cliff, right in front of the crowd. His black robe fluttered in the strong wind. No one could see his ferocious face and murderous eyes under the black hat, but his powerful aura surged in all directions, and everyone could feel an unprecedented pressure. The 11 higher-ups who were attacking Qin Feng stopped. The higher-up who was sent flying by Qin Feng had returned to his team. The 12 of them also had their faces covered in black robes. They landed on the opposite side of the cliff and formed a strange formation. They stared at Ouyang Feng. Just from Ouyang Feng's aura, the 12 of them felt a great sense of danger. "Who are you? What's the matter?" No one knew who spoke first, but an old and deep voice came from the other side of the mountain. "Aye, Ouyang Feng, you old farts. How dare the 12 of you bully my little friend Xiao Feng? How shameless!" Ouyang Feng had a serious temper. Previously, when he saw his master being beaten up in the system, Ouyang Feng had been suppressing his anger. Now that he had finally come out, he roared angrily and swung his huge fists. Rumble! As soon as Ouyang Feng moved, there was a thunderous explosion in the air. His speed was so fast that before the spectators could react, and before the 12 peak leaders could prepare themselves, 2 of them were punched to the ground. "Is that all you've got? You can't even withstand a single blow." After the punch landed, the remaining 10 peak elders finally came to their senses. They finally knew who this black-robed monster was. Was this Ouyang Feng who had beaten Zilong up in the Soaring Cloud Mansion? This person was a Stage 10 external expert. Ouyang Feng had already launched his second attack. It was the same 2 simple punches, but they caused the air on the top of the cliff to tremble. Rumble! 2 loud bangs rang out, and another 2 upper peaks fell to the ground. In the Dragon Gate, the 12 upper peaks were as famous as the 9 dragons and 5 tigers in China. In fact, their positions were even higher than the 9 dragons and 5 tigers. However, in Ouyang Feng's eyes, there were no 9 dragons and 5 tigers, and there were number 12 upper peaks. There were only a bunch of ants that he could beat up. The 12 upper peaks panicked. They had been caught off guard by Ouyang Feng and were thrown into confusion. Not long ago, the 12 of them had wanted to use Qin Feng to participate in the martial arts circle convention to lure Ouyang Feng out. Now that Ouyang Feng had really come, the 12 of them were at a loss. The 12 of them were only at the late stage of Stage 9 Inner Qi. Any one of the 9 dragons could easily defeat them. However, the 12 of them always fought at the same time. When they joined forces, even the Red Dragon of China was no match for them. They could even defeat masters in the True Energy stage and Stage 10 External Realm. However, this was under the condition that he was prepared. Now they had no time to prepare because Ouyang Feng had already defeated 6 of them. Roar! Ouyang Feng's appearance distracted the 12 of them from dealing with Qin Feng. Freed from the restraints, Qin Feng threw his head back and roared at the sky. Qin Fen leaped up and landed beside Su Shaotian. Before Qin Fen entered his frenzied state, his only thought was to kill Su Shaotian. Now he only had eyes for Su Shaotian, and everything else seemed to have nothing to do with him. "Xiao Feng, stop! If you kill Zilong, the Dragon Gate will never forgive you. Let Zilong go, and we, the 12 upper peaks, will replace Zilong's position." Seeing Qin Feng standing in front of Su Shaotian and about to stomp on him, the 12 upper peaks hastily shouted to stop him. They knew Qin Feng's identity, and that he had crippled Qi Wanjun, one of the 5 tigers on Devil Beast Mountain. If Qin Feng crippled Zilong, one of the 9 dragons of China, Su Shaotian, he would not be able to stay in China anymore. On the other side of the cliff, jaws dropped to the ground. Ouyang Feng's powerful attack shocked everyone. This was indeed a battle of the pinnacle. It had refreshed the worldview of the secular martial artists and foreign martial artists. They thought that the 9 dragons and 5 tigers of China were the pinnacle powerhouses, but now it seemed like China was going to change because of Xiao Feng. "Xiao Feng, wake up!" The words of the 12 upper peaks could not wake Qin Feng up. Suddenly, a silhouette flew over, and Ren Xiao Yao landed beside Qin Feng. She hugged Qin Feng and stuffed a demonic pill into his mouth. The demonic pill was a 6th grade golden pill refined by the herbal sect's representative, Uncle Hua, during the medicinal pill conference. The demonic pill could restore the sanity of a demonic cultivator in a frenzied state. At this critical moment, Ren Xiaoyao, who valued pills as much as her life, took out the demonic pill without hesitation. Roar! Blocked by Ren Xiaoyao, Qin Feng roared angrily at the sky. A violent aura surged out in all directions, directly sending little demon Ren flying. The demonic pill melted in Qin Feng's mouth and spread throughout his body. However, Qin Feng had sunk too deep into the demonic state. Even the demonic pill could not wake him up in a short period of time. Qin Feng's right foot once again hovered above Su Xiaoyan's head. Another silhouette appeared out of thin air. It was a beautiful woman wearing a tight black leather jacket and a purple wig. Yan Wu Shuang caught Ren Xiaoyao, who was falling from the sky, and both of them landed on the ground together. After putting Ren Xiaoyao down, Yan Wu Shuang's feet tapped on the ground and flew towards Qin Feng as light as a swallow. Instructor Yan, Team Leader Qiao has entered a frenzied state. Don't go over there. The members of the Huang group shouted anxiously. However, Yan Wu Shuang did not seem to hear them. She landed on the ground and threw herself into Qin Feng's arms. Roar! Roar! Qin Feng felt like he was being hugged by someone. His body shook violently. Surges of powerful inner qi shot out from his body, shaking Yan Wu Shuang so much that blood trickled down the corner of her mouth. Yan Wu Shuang did not let go. She knew that if she let go, Qin Feng would kill Su Xiaotian. Once Su Xiaotian died, there would be no place for Qin Feng in China. Yan Wu Shuang had just arrived. She was worried about Qin Feng, so she went to look for Su Xiaotian. Yan Wu Shuang begged Su Xiaotian not to kill Qin Feng, but Su Xiaotian did not agree. Yan Wu Shuang challenged Su Xiaotian to a duel. She knew she was no match for Su Xiaotian, but she wanted to use all her strength to exhaust Su Xiaotian's energy. The more energy she exhausted, the higher Qin Feng's chances of survival would be. This woman was not good at expressing her feelings, but she used her actions to prove her feelings for Qin Feng. Unsurprisingly, Yan Wu Shuang was defeated. However, Su Xiaotian did not manage to kill her. Because he had suffered some internal injuries, Yan Wu Shuang arrived a little late. As soon as she arrived, she saw Qin Feng in a frenzied state, ready to stomp Su Xiaotian to death. Boom! Qin Feng's aura became more and more ferocious. His eyes were dark and lifeless, like a puppet whose soul had been taken away. Qin Feng seemed to be annoyed by Yan Wu Shuang's pestering. Suddenly, he reached out his hands and grabbed Yan Wu Shuang's shoulders, trying to tear her apart. Yan Wu Shuang felt an intense pain spread through her body. She looked at Qin Feng's ferocious face, but there was no fear in her heart. Qin Feng was lecherous and humorous. He was always cheeky and didn't care about trifles. He was cheerful, forthright, and didn't care about trifles. He was rarely serious, but every time he was serious, he would mesmerize people. The one in front of her was a bloodthirsty demon. Yan Wu Shuang had enjoyed Qin Feng's beautiful side, so she would accept Qin Feng's bloodthirsty and frenzied side. She was willing to sacrifice herself to wake Qin Feng up and find the young Master Qin that everyone loved. Qin Feng, I love you! Yan Wu Shuang felt that her body was about to be torn apart. 2 drops of tears rolled down her cheeks. Suddenly, she hugged Qin Feng's neck and kissed him. It was Yan Wu Shuang's first time kissing, so she was still very inexperienced. However, she felt that this would be her last kiss, so she became unusually wild and unrestrained. Her tongue moved wildly in Qin Feng's mouth. Bang! Another explosion came from Qin Feng's body, but it was much weaker this time. Yan Wu Shuang's eyes lit up. She felt that Qin Feng's hands that were tearing her body apart had slowed down. Yan Wu Shuang did not dare to stop. She kissed Qin Feng even more passionately. While kissing, Yan Wu Shuang murmured Qin Feng's name. Her charming voice was filled with endless temptation. Suddenly, Qin Feng's hands lost their strength. They slid down from Yan Wushuang's shoulders to her waist and hugged her tightly. The darkness in his eyes was fading away, and the ferocious expression on his face became more vivid. Qin Feng gradually woke up from his frenzied state. He looked at Yan Wushuang, who was kissing him passionately. He felt like he was dreaming. Could it be that he was killed by Su Saoshan and was reunited with Yan Wushuang now? Wushuang! Qin Feng called out to Yan Wushuang passionately. Yan Wushuang's eyes were filled with tears. Qin Feng was at a loss of what to do. He quickly wiped Yan Wushuang's tears. Yan Wushuang looked at Qin Feng's eyes that were as tender as water. She felt an indescribable excitement in her heart. Wushuang, why you're not dead? That bastard, Su Saoshan, lied to me. He said that he killed you. Qin Feng looked around and saw the crowd of onlookers. He saw Ouyang Feng and the 12 Peaks. Qin Feng was sure that he was not dreaming. He did not even have time to think about how Ouyang Feng got out. He was more concerned about Yan Wushuang's survival. Yan Wushuang suddenly realized that the reason why Qin Feng went into a frenzied state was because of her. Yan Wushuang's heart melted at the thought of this. She once again took the initiative to kiss Qin Feng. Su Saoshan was lying in the deep pit, half dead. No one cared about him. Ouyang Feng and the 12 Peaks were locked in a fierce battle. Explosions were heard all around them. Qin Feng and Yan Wushuang did not care about the explosions. They stood in the middle of the battle like lovers from another time and space. They kissed each other passionately and could not stop. Master, you should wait. Ouyang Feng is about to kill the 12 Peaks. Little Pig's voice suddenly rang in Qin Feng's mind. Qin Feng was startled and woke up. Not far away, Ouyang Feng was beating up the 12 Peaks of the Dragon Gate. The 12 Peaks were at a disadvantage since the beginning of the battle. They had no chance to fight back. Ouyang Feng was like an undefeatable god of war. Wherever he went, he would unleash a frenzied barrage of attacks. Even though the 12 Peak Masters were all in the late stage of Stage 9 Inner Qi, Ouyang Feng could not stop them. This was the domineering aura of a true powerhouse. He should be this domineering. Ouyang Feng, you can run now. Qin Feng had regained his senses. He did not have any grudges with the 12 Peaks, so he did not want Ouyang Feng to kill them. If that happened, there would be no end to the situation. A bunch of trash. Don't let me see you ganging up on my little friend, Qiao Feng, again. Otherwise, I'll beat you up every time I see you. After receiving the order, Ouyang Feng stopped attacking and did not forget to warn the 12 Peaks. His words made everyone gasp. In the whole of China, perhaps only this violent and unruly old man had the guts to threaten the 12 Peaks. Monthly votes, brothers. Fight.